What's up, guys? Sorry I'm a little late. Oh, I have other things broken in my setup. One sec. Full screen projector. There we go. Sup? Howdy, y'all. All of the usual technical difficulties again. My capture card just either disconnects or the audio breaks every time I wake my PC from sleep, which is really fun and great. And it means I have to reboot everything. Let me say hi to YouTube as well. Let's pop out this YouTube chat. Thank you, guys. You know what I'll do? I'll try this again. Let's grab the Twitch chat pop out. Paste. Close. Split view. There we go. Am I feeling better? Yeah. I think I'm finally over this like months long cold. And yes, Xcode. I've been playing with some things. We will talk about all of that. Don't worry. Here's a live chat. Sorry, YouTube breaks things. File system stuff, maybe soon. I'm trying to decide a lot about how do I put this? Like, do I want a useful early version, or do I want to wait till I have the greater vision encoded? Because right now I have a thing that is useful, and I'll probably demo it during stream. But I'm trying to decide, do I want to just ship that thing that is useful, or do I want to wait until I have everything like mostly working? Because once I put these ideas out there, there's going to be a bit of a race. I know how this goes. People are going to be competing a lot to try and one-up what I do here. So I want to keep my lips a little bit tight until I'm a bit further along, is my current thought. And Bra sent me an email about the latest Fireship project, or Firebase project. Normally I would skip Firebase project, but since you guys are the Firebase pwners, I'm very excited. Year 2, yep, found the 125 million exposed accounts. You did it again, found 1.43 billion on top Android apps. Yeah, don't think I'll be able to get to that today because I'm so behind on so many things, but I will soon. I'll take a look at those emails in the next few days, and by this weekend, if I don't know if I'm going to stream this weekend because I just have way too much shit going on, but if not, then Monday, and if Monday, then I'll do that. Ooh. This looks very good. Yeah, I'm sorry I missed the Sunday stream and that I didn't announce it. Sunday got a lot more chaotic than I expected. I was working the whole day. I was in meetings for most of it. I thought the meetings would end early enough that I could stream, and then I had to do a bunch of other shit. We'll do the source hunting in a sec. I want to like topic farm and plan a little first. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh shit, thank you for the super chat on YouTube, Shresta. Hopefully I got your name right, Shresta. Happy that my videos have been helpful for you. Also, crazy viewership on YouTube. Thank you all. Okay, I want to throw this one in Notion. Skills are good, but not that good. Yeah, I want to do a video on skills because I've been using them more for a lot of shit. I have not tried the new Final Cut stuff yet. I've had the little bit of free time I've had has been all on file stuff. Better to have a better alpha of the file system. You know what? I'll demo it in a bit. It's accessible. It's not open source yet, but it is usable. This looks fun too. Yoink. Another hat we build with agents. That'll be very fun. Something you found on Lossless Cut? Oh god, that's scary. Hopefully I'm not going to get exploited from Lossless Cut. Oh god, that's absurd. I'm using the GitHub version though, thankfully, but that is rough. Let me thank all the people I missed from subs as we were getting started. Sorry again for all the delays. I didn't know Prime gave me a shout out when he was mentioning me. That's cool to see. We got Franz here with the 2 months of support, Prom TTV with the 4 months, A Rice Music with the 8 months. Thank you for that. MK Alter with the 16 months. Ginger Manjaro with the Prime. Thank you all. Everybody hitting their streaks. Always good to see. 65 stream streak from NMG here. Cyrus here with the tier 1 for 13 months. Joe Simo here with the 8 months. Mr. Duran with the 2 months. NCE throwing us a 10 bomb to get us started strong. Charlie Exandra with the 7 months of support. Shivam, I hope it's not too late for you, but appreciate you being here, man. Ad Mouse here with the tier 1 for 5 months. Experiences with Rust. Yeah, I have a lot to talk about with Rust. Hyper chat. Yeah, I need to look into other chat things. I need to just do a list of like stream things I want to fix. I'm gonna make that list now so I don't forget to. Cool. Stream things I want to fix. 01/28, 2026. Cool. Blur screen instead of always going full screen. I really want to have a blur setup. 1 pedal toggle instead of 2 dedicated scenes pedals. That one's going to be annoying as fuck. Try out the Atom multi-track plugin. If that's good, I'm going to be very, very hyped. Oh, Luke was on Prime's stream today? That's cool. Yeah, the plugin looked fucking awesome. Better YouTube chat solution. That goes on the list for sure. Yeah, I've just been slowly building up these things, and none of them are big enough deals for me to care normally, but if I'm going to like sit down and do all of them, it would be nice. Update to latest OBS. Definitely need to do that. Exclusive GitHub drama? I'm scared, but I'm curious. The workaround with stuff with FFmpeg. The HEO is not currently broken on the builds. Just weird. Sounds about right. Painful, but yeah. I'll talk about ClaudeBot eventually. I set it up forever ago and haven't had a chance to play with it at all since. Thank you, Tosh, for the 2 months. Umbrella with the Prime. Artem here with the tier 1 for 10 months. Legend. Happy that you've been learning since 2023. Wild. And then Jacob Gillespie, the fucking legend, with the tier 3, 42 months in. Thank you for everything. I hope everything's going well over at Depot. It's been awesome to have you guys as a partner for the channel. The wild journey from like helping us with a logo to running your own very successful startup has been really cool to watch. And we got Raketas here with the Prime, Ben2W with the 8 months, Belly with the Prime, Jean with the 8 months, and Brody with the Prime for 2. Thank you guys all again, and thank you YouTube chat as well. Sorry for not saying hi as much here. Need to get through all the subs. Okay, a video on ClaudeBot stuff. What do we have here? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Rest is fine. I haven't had to read much of it, which has been great. Yeah, I might like later on do a so I've been writing Rust video. Yeah, I'll put that in the list. So I've been writing some Rust. Also, so I've been writing some Swift. That one's going to be interesting. I have a lot of things to say about the current state of Swift, and pretty much 100% of them are bad. I have never been so black-pilled on Apple. I don't see a future where they succeed. Ooh. This is very good. I wish I had seen this before my video. You can set it on Discord, yeah. Oh, Jason Maria. Blocking Claude. Ooh. Somebody beat me to my idea. 126. I had this idea first. You guys watch me do it. This is my idea. Interesting. Maybe worth a read later. This is a really good question, specifically me being a defaults guy. Like, I don't like configuring my stuff that much. Rather than thinking of this as like I'm customizing the software I use heavily, I'm thinking of it more as I'm building one-off software that's very specific to my needs that is not customizable at all. I would argue in some ways that my belief of like defaults is stronger than ever because how do I put this? The defaults, like the default path is always the one that things are best optimized for. And if you make your own thing, the default path is exactly what you want. Rather than encoding all the different paths that could exist for any user in a given piece of software, having individual pieces of software with one good path in them should make things more stable overall. Yeah, I have apps pinned to number keys with caps lock being on hyper, so I can switch between like my main apps pretty quick. Oh, yeah, the FBI Microsoft thing is wild. I am considering talking about that, but I don't know if I have enough to do a good video on it. Recursive language models is a thing I really need to read up more on. Thank you for that. I know, Maria, you dropped other things. Okay, recursive language model for reviewing is actually interesting. I'll take a look at that. Save the rest. I like this pattern. Gonna save this. This looks very fun, actually. I will definitely save this for later. I've not tried 4.7 Flash much yet, no. Okay, let's look at everything that I want to cover. So obviously, we have to do Kimi k2.5. Definitely want to do the Sam Altman future one, right? Like, we go over the thing I asked him. I had other ideas. So people were applying a lot of interesting things on Twitter. I need to make a whole system for keeping track of this all better. Oh yeah, Prime's new video, the 60 FPS Claude thing. That I have a lot of thoughts on. The things I want to do today, I would definitely want to demo some of the FS2 stuff. Yell at Xcode a lot. Spin up more interesting things with k2.5. You know what, let's do that now. Code. I have a folder here for what I'm doing. It's not benchmarks, but let's just do sandbox then. K2 demos, cd K2 demos. Make dear K2 image studio. Open code. Open code. I have it installed right now. Fucking hell. The latest. Cool. And then I want to switch models. k2.5. Cool. I want to build a compelling image generation studio app. Here's the core requirements. Sidebar. Input is a sidebar with text and image input. Or I'll just say text input for now. Model and model selection. Main view is a grid gallery view where new generations appear. User can generate with multiple models at same time to make comparisons easy. User can select aspect ratio for output. Use the following tech: Convex, Vite, React, TypeScript, Tailwind, AI. I think that's the 4 things I care enough about. Oh, Bun. The models you should support are all hosted on FAL. These are the specific ones I want. Flux, whatever is latest. I think V2. GPT image 1.5. Nano Banana Pro. Seed Dream 1.5. I think this is latest. Do lots of research before starting and write up a thorough plan. Let that do its thing. You know what I want to do? Is there an easy way for me to copy the input I just did in OpenCode? Copy last assistant message. Is there copy last user message? Is this copy last assistant message? Let's click my message. It doesn't have my message anymore because I'm in. Oh, is it just this? Aha, copy message text to clipboard. Cool. I wanted to do is spin up another swarm. Now let me get signed in here. Kimi.com. Cool. I am in. I will copy paste the plan you write into a coding agent to implement. Cool. Spin that up in a swarm. Yeah, surprise swarms aren't in any of the CLI tools yet. I thought that's what they would be for. I also have another Kimi terminal running on their CLI that's been hanging on this task for a long ass time now, and there's no real way to like do anything about it. I'm leaving it there so I can show that when I record that video. Invalid tool call. Great. I'm so spoiled by the CLIs and models that are deeply integrated with each other. Cursed. No comment. Interesting. Very, very interesting results. Oh, these are open source. I can run these on things. Oh boy, I'm going to do that after stream. I haven't used AMP for a long ass time. I'm trying Kimi code and not having much luck with it. Switch to an old version of Kimi or of open code. Okay. See if it works better this time. I've not watched the videos that AI Code King is done yet. I've not had a chance. Paimano. I've kept an eye on Paimano. Haven't played with it yet, but I'm definitely keeping an eye on everything Stypete and crew are cooking. Flamed, what's this one about? So it's like I was watching this earlier, and this is where I stopped. But yeah, it was a good video. I need to do the offset marker and take the bag out of my tea that's now going to be very, very bitter because I'm stupid. 37. I'll do 37.10. Done. I'll ping Discord after my tea bag. Oh boy. Kimi video from our friend Simon. Throw that in my film notes here. How's the CLI run going? It didn't use the questions tool. Auth for now, to save forever. Just use the URLs provided by FAL for now. 3. Not needed for now. 4. Rate limiting yet. 5. Yes. Download button is a must. Update the plan accordingly. See how the run I'm doing over here is going. It made the file here. Did it even need the multi-agent swarm for this? So, sometimes it'll say it didn't need the swarm, I noticed, and it doesn't look like it did that this time. Oh, it did. Yeah, completed by 1 Kimi agent. No swarm needed. Cool. Cool. Let's let that do its thing. Oh yeah, I saw this original article. It's funny that Simon also reacted to it. Oh, I forgot to switch to build mode. I am too used to better tools. Oh no. Uncode pushes. Okay. Not as bad. Oh yeah, ping Discord. Thank you. My totally usable Discord app that is not overflowing with shit. Publish. Done. Cool. Yes and no. I'll deal with it later. You know, I'll put that in the list of things I want to get done. Automate. Offload latest or stream started Discord message. Update commands in Twitch chat. Bossabot. What have I missed? I can't click a random Google Drive link from a username I don't recognize. I'm sorry. Let me thank everybody I missed while I was doing all that. Being on Apple Creator Studio. Haven't had a chance to play with it yet. I don't think I subbed yet. I'll definitely look into it in the near future, but I just haven't had time to do any of the creative side beyond coming up with videos and recording. Team has the rest under control right now. I still occasionally do thumbnails, but not as much as I would like. Thank you, Gusty Cube, for the 4 months. And we got Nothmac with the Prime for 13 months, over a year now. Love Claude Opus so much. Don't even want to try other models. He's your bro. We have a bond at this point, so you'll watch me and satisfy your curiosity about Kimi. I feel that. I have been using a lot of GPT 5.2 codecs lately too, though. Oh shit, congrats on joining on Zero Brew. Very cool project. Definitely excited to see where that goes. Hana with the 2 months of support. Thank you for that. And Dark Axiom with the 25 months legend. I was using Legcord. I still mostly am on this computer, but I have 2 laptops now and I'm back to stock Discord on the other. I agree. Codecs being faster would be great, but a good UI that lets you use codecs in parallel makes the speed more tolerable. I've actually been using CLIs a lot less. I feel like I have to zoom out when I'm using open code. There's just so little room for the content of what it's doing. Agentic skill specific interview. I don't do interviews at this point, so it's unlikely. Like if I hire somebody, like I have the list of people I want to hire in my head. It's just a matter of, do I need them? Do I need to pay them or not? Like it's just hard for me to hire right now. Control XB. Okay, that helps. That helps a lot. Thank you, chat, and people who know open code. I have not had enough time to play with JJ as much, and a lot of the tools I'm using don't work well with JJ. So I haven't been able to use it as much, but the little bit I did, I loved, and I want to go back to it really badly. Bugs Apple loves. Yeah, I read through that one when you shared it initially. That was so good. Yeah. Apple, please get your shit together. A universal VCS. I've not actually looked at this one yet. This I am saving for sure. Interesting. This I'll read more of. I really wish I like sat down and went through all of these pre-stream, but I did not have time. This I saved. Fix robust text to your site disappears from Google. That I might have missed the timing for already. It fucked me up. I don't know if I can make that clickable. Figma from the CLI is actually probably a good video. That I will save. I'll start putting the notes in for that. Figma from CLI. Drop it a bit lower. Find Tarek post. Find link for Prime vid. That. Cool. The open code CV was nuts, but don't really have a good thing for that. The don't waste your back pressure thing I've been thinking about. This I'll save and read soon, so I can decide if I want to do a video or not. We'll definitely want the bugs Apple loves. Probably even do that today. That I'm really interested in. This I put in the Swift vid, right? No, I didn't. Cool. Cool. Close. Don't need these anymore. Let's see how this is going. Build succeeded with no errors. Cool. Let's see how that worked. Bonex convex dev. Create new. Kimi image studio. Cloud. Cool. Let that fix its errors. I don't like the open code web UI. I've tried it. It's bad. It's not there at all. Do more Prime stuff on the 60 FPS things. Interesting. Good source. Thank you. Yeah, the Bugs Apple website's awesome. Or from McKinsey. Oh boy. Also, sorry, YouTube chat. I've been struggling to keep up with even Twitch. Finally got the test 4.7 from GLM, and now we have the new Kimi launch. Hilarious. Very real. It's not native over JS. It's still JS and bun based. Yeah, Olama's monetization's been rough and weird. What I missed from you, Maria. 60 FPS stuff, last two. Working with Ben for thumbnails has been great. I need to formalize more of the concept. Honestly, I've been way too busy on all of the other business side stuff. and all of the spare time has been going into building because I need to build or I have nothing to talk about. And I have not formalized the plans on my content side. So thinking to great, like most of my content planning is going towards the greater organization. I've hired one person. They're starting very soon. I have another person that's like going to help with the business operations side a bunch. That's probably coming in soon. I have her working part-time as well. And Shavam's been helping a ton. We're going to formalize that soon as well. Once I have a better idea of where things are after all that, very likely. But honestly, your best bet's probably going to be to keep working with Ben, because if you can be useful to Ben, you'll inherently start working with me too. Like that's just how this tends to go. But yeah, I'm an orchestration hell in every sense. Yeah, we very much miss you, Gabriel. You have no idea. Like a lot of the search was how do we find another Gabriel? I think that's what the internal doc was titled. For real. Traumatizing Ben with memes, good shit. Let me thank everybody else I missed. Wabo with the cheer. Missed a lot of streams this month. Been busy. UTC 0 time zone. Damn. What a time zone. Hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for stopping by. Don't worry about it ever. Always good to see you when you are here. We got TVR with the Prime. Ilias with the Prime. Jompy X25 with the Prime. Benign Aardvark with the Prime as well. And Wabo again with all the cheers. Thank you guys again for the support. Oh, you're getting more AI pilled. Oh God, Gabriel. I can't hire more. Don't do this to me. I'll poach you eventually, but not yet. Not yet. Okay, so let's finalize what we're talking about today. And tea is still too hot. Sad. Water it is. Another video I want to do, but have to wait till some other things come out is, so I'm pretty done with terminal UIs. I have not been using the CLIs for like Claude Code and Codex as much lately, and I'm much happier in the UIs. Like I've been liking Conductor a lot, and I've been liking some things that are not disclosable yet as well. Let me just get Conductor open so I can use that on here. I've been using it on my other laptop more, but I have been planning to move it over here. So we'll be using it here for a bunch of work. Update. Check the top 5. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, did you do top 5 after I asked for that and then forgot to check? Yeah, you did. Yeah, Kimi k2.5. Bugs Apple loves. The Visual Studio Code one you think is worth doing. What is the bug? Vercel has been used more by DPRK. There are so many little pieces in here that are worth like memeing on that I think I have to. Sneak that there. Why the fuck is Xcode freaking out? Cool, yeah, the remote process is in my pocket and it's not running. Fuck off. Yeah, that I have to do. You're right. Namecheap sued someone? Yeah, this is a video. Fuck. Your instinct for top 5 is good. I have my own stories about Namecheap too. That'll make that even better. And then this one was interesting. Let's see. Today's a company's business Google has known about for years. Very interesting. I don't know if I have enough to add on this one, and I don't know if people will like what I have to add either. But the other 4, I feel like I have to do. And $100 GCP credits for AI Pro and Ultra users. I did see that one. That was very interesting. Not a video of interest, but a topic of interest for sure. Bow Fry with the Prime. Thank you for that. Eternal Fire Blaze with the Prime as well. And then Wabo throwing a gift to Fossabot. Yeah, I saw the Scaling Postgres article. Very interesting. Database topics always go interesting for me, so I'm 50-50 on it. Ooh, an actual successor plan for when Linus dies. This actually seems very interesting. AI PR video is definitely a thing still. Where do AI coding agents fail? This looks very good. Very, very, very good. Why AI PRs fail. Real research. Cool. This one, I will have to do the reading off stream and plan around, but I definitely want to talk about that one. Okay. With all of the things we now know, label mid-pry. This, I would say, is high pry to get in on the current hype cycle around it. And then this is newsy, so mid-pry. That's a full day across those. So I think we have enough to cover for the day. Turns out having more people help you with planning topics makes it easy to have a lot of topics. Who would have thought? Crazy, I know. Wild. Well, that's good news, but also time to get to work. Last message. What do you have for me, Gabriel? Yeah, not only have I seen the AI code review bubble, I filmed an ad with that in it. Oh yeah, this is your new thing at Axiom, right? Very fun. Also, fantastic domain. I love this quote. This is a really good read. Don't know if it's a video, but what's this? Open code agents inside of Discord. Ooh boy. This I will play with for sure. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do like background agent stuff in Discord. I've legitimately considered switching some of the team or even most of the team over to Slack so that I can use all of the background agent and like cloud agent tools that are built for Slack. But I also am tempted to just rebuild them in Discord ourselves. What should I pay for this? Session-based port stability. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. I will keep an eye on that for sure. Honored to be the first star. Agent 0 is ugly, is what it is. Unclear what I would use it for. Interesting, but not my thing. The new NVIDIA near zero latency TTS is super cool. Thing to watch later for sure. Oh, this is some random interview thing. Can't watch that. Thank you, though. Not tried one code. I've not tried too much new stuff, and the things I am trying are things I can't talk about yet. Fork of better T-Stack. Support of Rust? Why would I want Rust in better T-Stack? That's not what it's for. We need to get started. Too much to talk about. Yeah. Ow. Kimi 2.5. Interesting. Oh yeah, Apple being shitty. I'll put that in the Apple vid. Key points. DX is garbage. Bugs are being left for far too long. And App Store Mafia. Sorry, I missed the funding on YouTube. Have I seen the bead stuff? Do you think it would help with context handling and reducing token consumption? Definitely can help with context handling. I don't necessarily believe it can help with token consumption because input tokens are not really the thing that's super expensive, because input tokens are usually going to be hitting cache. The cache reads are basically free in most of these platforms, especially in comparison to other numbers. So things that change the context throughout requests end up often being worse because they are breaking the caching. Yeah, the Floatplane App Store story is so painful. Good questions, though. I do need to look more into beads. I've been meaning to, but yeah, too much going on. Oh, I forgot to see if my CLI worked yet. Do any of these open? That's worth having open still. That's worth having open still. That I don't need anymore. That actually did want open still. I'll come back to it. That I want. This I want. This I don't need. Cool. Let's run dev for the main dev server. See how this did. It's ugly. Oops, muted. Let me get some API keys over quick. Cool, that is done. Let me go put that in convex. Cool. That's all done. Everything's hidden. Let's give this a shot. 2 corgis in the streets. Generate 422 fail. Lots of errors with first attempt to generate images. For that, it's not a one-shotting model, that's for sure. Oh, the flux one came back eventually. Nice. So it did work. Now I have a picture of a corgi. Look. Okay. Let's not back here. Supply chain attacks on packages like skills. TBD. Benchmark for spatial reasoning. Oh boy. Saving that for sure. I'm not been able to skate much. Injuries and way too busy, and the weather's been awful. Hopefully I can soon. Oh, Gabriel, I have stories that we can talk about privately. We got Drainy 90 with the 7 months, Shamu MD with the 8 months, and Horror Jones with the Prime. Thank you all for the support. And YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Sorry again. Let's see if I can get it to make this less ugly. Why does the get ignore not ignore the .env? Cool. Is there no skills? I know I have skills set up in a way that they should be accessible generically. How do I see my skills in open code? Use skill. Okay, if you tell it to use the skill, it can. Cool, let that do its thing. Figure out what we're gonna film as we wait. social usage of AI like message planning, etc. End-to-end encrypted messages for Claudebot when agents exchange messages that only they can read. Scary to have the models doing things we can't see. Interesting overall. I'm still more excited about the like compute stuff. And modified since it was last read. What? I don't get the open code thing, guys. I'm trying. I really am. It's just so much less stable than the other tools I use. If they can get over that, I absolutely believe they can win. I have all the faith in the world in the team. It's just that it's not as reliable as the other tools I use. I've not tried Pi. It's been modified since it was last read. Great. I hate that flow. They need to check the diff of the file instead of just like, has it changed? Cool. Let's figure out what we're filming first. Somebody has a build for it. Oh, this is just the main repo. Yeah, I'll start that. Ooh, this is nerdy for me. I'll save that for myself. Vlog. Ooh. I've wanted a better logging library for a long ass time. Saving the fuck out of this. A long highlighted message above. Want to build fast product hunt clone, but for Latin America, want to use tested novel tech while you like convex. Feels like it doesn't work good with better auth yet, or too good with SSR and next. Tanstack absolutely does have SSR. We're using it in T3 chat. Think you have Next.js with Neon plus Drizzle and better auth because you hate webhooks. I personally think it is hard to justify not using convex for anything even vaguely interactive. If you want that stack, then do that stack. But you can also like have the first pass on a page render just hit convex over HTTP and cache the results. You absolutely can do this with convex. And the auth case is annoying. I would say SSR is only going to be useful to you for this type of product for SEO, and anything that isn't SEO'd should just not be server rendered at all. Like you should effectively opt out of server render entirely once there's a signed in user. Like a different experience for signed out and in is what I would do. But try it all. It's easy to build multiple different versions of the thing at once. Retry with search button. Ooh, I do like this concept. I will think on that. There's a best agents tier list. Fun. If I want to do a video like this, I'll save this to look at later. I also really want to listen to the new Fake Mink song. It's still going. It's not much better. There's like the build failing or something. I thought K2 was supposed to be good at design. God, I can't like when you paste, it puts the image block in a really weird way. God, there's so many little things. Codex has the same issue with how image pasting works. We'll see how that goes. Interesting. The idea of intentionally slowing down quad code is actually fun. You hate SPAs? I have gotten over this multiple times in my career. You will again. SPAs are actually really nice right now. And thank you for the cheer. And Maria said, Snap Bench, need to see the results. Let me guess. Let me predict. Regressions from GPT-5 to 5.2. That's one thing I'm going to guess. Gemini 3 Pro doing weirdly well. Opus bombing. Grok doing okay. That's my guess. It's a spatial reasoning benchmark. How well do models handle spatial information, like things in 3D space? That is hilarious. That is actually hilarious. Flash did crush Skate Bench, so this kind of makes sense to me, but the fact that none of the other models could figure it out at all is interesting. Open code. Are you kidding? It got like halfway through. I should put K2 on Skate Bench. Let me go do that quick. I don't have to hide things here. Kimi k2.5 thinking. Let's open router. Last time I ran this. That's the full one I did. Yeah, it is. Cool. I'll have answers in a minute. Yeah, AMP's normally very weird about like they want you to use the specific models that they've built around, so I don't know if that's going to be the right way to go for this. Yeah, k2.5 definitely seems a little worse at writing. Checked out CLI tool to create fast as a project outside of TypeScript. I think that's cool, but I also think that like the value of templates is going down, especially templates that are as specific as different languages and the way that you combine them. I think the value of that is going down rapidly, but it's a cool project to learn about a lot of things. Keep it up. Small article you posted that I might like for a video. Intent layer. Cool. I'll save that. Yeah, I should have had a favicon on Skatebench still. I'm gonna close this so that I don't have to worry about it as much. It is fucking. I hate ink so much, so much. I will wait till it is done because otherwise I can't scroll back. Yeah, Kimi 2.5 is being weird in general right now. It's just open router support has been strange with it. Fingers crossed it'll get better soon. Are we done? 2.5 thinking? No, it's still got 3 left. It's an 80% right. That's a state of the art for open weight models. Happy we ran that. Goddamn. Okay. Let's move those results over. Okay, cool. We have that. We can dump that into the visualizer results file. Save without formatting. Cool. Now I should be able to visualizer bun run dev, bun install, bun run dev. Oh, that's because I already have a T3 chat running. Port 3001. You know what I'll do? I'll be lazy about this. Sit quad code. I would like to hide all of the old models by default in the visualizer. For each model available, look up when it was released, and if it is more than 18 months old, hide it by default. Let that do its thing. But while that is going on, I can manually untick a bunch of shit. I'll leave that. I should leave. Opus, I'll leave. Okay, good enough. And we can see here that our friend Kimi k2.5 thinking is the highest score we have of an open weight model by a lot. GLM 4.7 hit a 65. So it's not that big, but it's still a pretty big jump. Cool. That's wrong about that. That's fine. Let that do its thing in the background. Think of everything I need to cover this. I do better with this. Okay, did a little better. The default zoom is too zoomed though. Oh, is it because it stopped like a third of the way? That's what happened? Yeah. Continue. If it crashes again, I'm going to be pissed. Why? What do you mean payload too large? How do I fix this? What do I do? Can I remove the image from the history? How do I get this error to stop and make this work? Ugh. It's not the context size. We're only at 42% of the context used. It's their API isn't handling it. I'm just going to go up to here. Copy message. New. I was in the middle of a UI overhaul, then my agent harness broke. Here's what I requested. Please continue the work accordingly. Okay, hopefully that'll work this time. I think I'm ready to start filming though. It's been an hour since I hit the button on the fucking camera and we haven't started yet. Oh, is Kimi not able to think by default? Are you kidding? Why? Why? So all of this testing has been the non-thinking version. Why would that not be the fucking default? It's not, it's open, that's OpenCode's fault. Now it's on because I hit the key, but by default it's there. And you have to manually turn it on. I'm going to go insane. I actually am. No, the skate bench I had thinking on because I set up the skate bench myself. Let's see how it did. Okay. That's a lot less bad. See how that goes. Payload too fucking large. Okay, I can use the official key, and I do have credit on there, so I could do that. I'll do that in a minute. Give me 1 sec to grab that. Platform.Kimi. The Kimi site's vibe coded. I can't scroll here. Just wanted to show that quick. Okay. That's now set up. Let's see if I can get a screenshot and it will behave. The real test. No, it did actually improve that a bit already. Okay. Feeling better about this. Good use of the shared T3 chat feature. I do use voice to text sometimes. Depends on a lot. Usually I have people surrounding me or I'm live, which I don't like to do it for as much. Did that just not do what I asked for it to? Okay, did that finish all of the gens? Okay. Think we are good to go. Check last message. Generally, I say like memes are not good thumbnails, and I would argue that's still the case here. The concept is really good. Like I would use this as promo on Twitter, but I wouldn't use that as a thumbnail. This is pretty good, but I don't know if the MCP, that's what this is the MCP logo. I don't know if this logo is recognizable enough. Structurally, you're figuring it out for sure, though. It's just that like these details, like you need the right person to be able to identify the thing. I was told by people I was supposed to downgrade my open code to make it work properly with Zen. Few more things. One, GPT image 1.5 is still erroring. Not sure why. Two, the coloring of the generate button is hideous. Use your front end and design skill to make it better. Cool. Let that do its thing. I think we have everything we need to get started on this video. Thank you, NWPR, for the Prime. Perkunas for the 5 months. Who knew with the Prime, and PV Coco 85 with the Prime, and the Segfault, great username with the Prime as well. And to the question, what are we working on? Getting things ready for the K2.5 vid. Cody, the legend, with really good feedback there. How you can find the articles? They're in the description for all the videos. And sorry, YouTube chat, there's a lot going on if you can't tell. How can I make this to exit full screen thing literally never appear again, ever, for the rest of my life? Thanks, Xmorphs, for joining the T3 Club on YouTube. That's hilarious. Oh, look at this, but I like the Anthropic front-end design skill fine so far. LLMs aren't tools. Interesting. Definitely for reading later. Thank you. Oh, Zach, you made that? That's really cool. Fuck yeah. Legend. And Capybara Harmony with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the support. 4 months in, making a 3DS app with Opus. That actually sounds really fun. I would love to make 3DS shit. I should do that. I love my 3DSs. Let's see how it did. It chose a different color that I don't love. Its design sense is not great. I think we're ready to start. New run I'm thinking of from the start? Nah. Maybe I'll spin that up after. You know what? Fuck it. I'll open another directory for that. Why not? Open code. Let me get my old prompt. Resume. Cool. Close. CD. Make dear. K2 thinking. Image studio. CD K2 thinking. Image studio. Open code. Let it think. I'll move this here. Cool. Thing ready to go. Marker. Kimi k2.5. God. Let's do it. God. Get your counters ready because a new model just dropped. Kimi K2.5 is here, and I'm really, really excited about this one. Little fun fact, Kimi K2 is my daily driver model for a lot of things, specifically chat use cases. I use it all of the time in T3 chat, and we went as far as setting it as the default in T3 chat because we like it that much. It really is a great model, especially for writing, but it had its gotchas. Obviously, it's not as good at coding as Obviously, K2 was not as good at coding as all of these really fancy models from the big labs like GPT 5.2, Codec, or I need a sip of water, 1 sec. Okay, my voice is better. You know what? I'll restart the intro now that my voice is a little clearer. God. Get your counters ready, guys, because I'm already losing my voice again. What the fuck? Give me a sec. I need to go clear it out. Much better. I feel way better. There we go. 3rd time's the charm. Okay. Get your counters ready because a new model just dropped, and I'm really, really excited for this one. Kimi k2.5 is here, and you really should not sleep on this release. Believe it or not, K2 is actually my default model. Believe it or not, Kimi K2 has been my default model for a while now. I found it to be really nice for things like writing and just general feedback. I use it as my default in T3 chat and have for a while. It's even really good at stuff like tool calling for search and whatnot. That said, it had its weaknesses. It wasn't as good at code as a lot of the state-of-the-art models from the major labs, and even was a bit behind to other open-weight models like Minimax and GLM. It also didn't have any vision capabilities, which was really rough for me. It's silly, but one of my common use cases is to just like take a picture of some numbers and ask it to add them and things like that. So K2 did fall short in a handful of ways, but I still liked it as my day-to-day driver. So K2 fell short for me in a handful of ways, but was still my daily driver for chat tasks, and I like it a lot. That's why it's the default in T3 chat to this day. Not only does K2.5 fix all of my issues, it goes way further. It does things I didn't think any open weight model could do before. It introduces some really crazy concepts like agent swarms, spinning up to 100 sub-agents up to solve a task. And of course, it's still open weight, it's still cheap as hell to run, and all of the benchmarks are looking insane, putting them above and beyond even Opus 4.5 in a handful of benchmarks. This is so cool, and I can't wait to dive in more. This is so cool, and I can't wait to dive in more. I've been working here. Fuck you, Windows. Sorry, Windows is telling me it has updates for things. I've been playing with this model a ton, going through what everyone else has done with it, and even building full apps from scratch, like this image generation studio. I just had it build entirely itself. There is so much to dive into here, and I can't wait to do it with y'all right after a word from today's sponsor. And it's a good enough intro. Let's go with it. Okay. First, I want to start with the benchmarks, and then I want to dive into the custom functionality that's so interesting here, especially around swarms. I have a bunch of them spun up in my other browser here that have been doing all sorts of interesting tasks. And of course, everyone's favorite, how is it for code? I've been using it to build a bunch of things in the background and had a interesting, good, but also often mixed experience. The TLDR is that this is the best open weight model by far. It's the best bang for your buck you're ever going to get with any of these tools. That said, there are catches, and we'll get to all of those soon. So first, let's start with the benchmarks. Global state-of-the-art on the agentic benchmarks, such as HLE full set and browse comp. Those are some pretty legit benches, so it's crazy to see them beating those as hard as they are. Getting that score on Humanity's last exam is nuts. Like meaningfully beating out Gemini 2.5, or like meaningfully beating out Gemini 3 Pro on that is kind of crazy. In the browser comp agents, they are crushing in. Browser comp's a benchmark that OpenAI made for browser agents to see how well models can handle tasks in a browser. Kind of crazy to see OpenAI's own benchmark get trounced by an open weight model. Just nuts. And then when it comes to coding, things are really interesting too. They're not state of the art compared to the major labs doing closed weight models, but they're goddamn close. Remember, this is not Sonnet numbers. This is comparing to Opus 4.5 and GPT 5.2 on extra high. And it's neck and neck, still beating out Gemini 3 Pro, which isn't that surprising if you use Gemini 3 Pro a lot. It is not pleasant for work. My super hyped things here, though, are all of the image level ups. Not only do they now support not only does it now have visual recognition, it goes way further with it than I would have expected. It's neck and neck with Gemini and GPT for In a handful of image benchmarks, it's neck and neck with OpenAI and ChatGPT. God damn it. For a handful of the image benchmarks, it's neck and neck with Gemini and ChatGPT and beating out Opus, which honestly has never been the best visual model, so that makes sense. Still awesome. And again, this solves my one major problem with the models, that it couldn't do anything with pictures. Where it gets even crazier is video. It is getting state of the art in the long video bench and is right up there with Gemini for video MMMU. Historically, the Gemini models have been the best by far at visual tasks, especially image recognition, video recognition, and parsing, all of those types of things. I would argue this is the first time that an open weight model has made this much progress in not just getting near where the closed source models are, but really closing the gap on a fundamental level. It's so cool to see. Obviously, these are the benchmarks that they chose to publish, so how about the ones that they didn't? Our friends over at Artificial Analysis have, of course, updated their own benchmarks, and the results are pretty cool to see. K2.5 is the new leading open weights model, now closer than ever to the frontier, with OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google having the only models that are ahead. It's way better at agentic tasks. Its native multimodality is a huge win, which makes it capable of a lot more. It's the first time that a flagship model from Moonshot has image and visualization capabilities. It wasn't too expensive to run. It's still it wasn't too expensive to run, especially against like Opus 4.5 and 5.2, but it's still 5x more expensive than GPT 3.2, but it's still 5 times more expensive than DeepSeek 3.2 or GPT OSS 120B were. That makes sense. It reasons a lot more. I would bet that if we look at the amount of tokens out, it's probably pretty high. Oh, apparently it's only moderate. Token usage comparable to other models in the same intelligence tier, using 82 million reasoning tokens across the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index evaluation suite. Slightly lower than K2 was, and is much lower than GLM 4.7, which used an insane number of tokens. It is open weight, but it is also a trillion parameter model, 32B active. So it's 32B active, which means like it can actually be run in the mix of, it's 32B active because it's a mixture of experts. They're not going to go through all 1 trillion params on every single token gen. That's just how these things work now. But that still means it's 595 gigs. I love they say only 595 gigs. Meanwhile, something like GPT 120B, I can run on my own laptop. This one, good luck having, like, chances are your Mac doesn't even have enough storage for this. They also now have it's also now a hybrid reasoning model. If you don't recall, K2 originally dropped as just if you don't recall, K2 was not a reasoning model and they had to do a K2 thinking version later. Now it's all just one model where you can turn thinking on or off, which is cool. And another really, really interesting piece, the hallucination rate is down a ton. It's a negative 11 on the AI Omniscience Index, which is their benchmark for how much models hallucinate. That is a relatively low hallucination rate, which is really cool to see. As we said, the gap between open weight models and the rest of the, as mentioned before, the gap for open weight models is closing fast. Twitter's horrible rendering has this little button covering the thing that we're trying to look at there, but it does say Kimi k2.5 right underneath that. Sorry. But you can see here, it's a pretty meaningful jump, and we are way far ahead, and the Chinese open weight models are way far ahead of the US ones now. We haven't had a major drop from a US model for analysis that pushed the state of the art since OSS 120B, which was a great release, and I hope we see more of things like that. But for now, it is China eating us out. But for now, it's China just eating our breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the open weight world. And as I said before, the Omniscience Index is fantastic to see here. Negative 11 puts it way better than almost all open weight models, like comically so. Chat, shush. Speaking is hard, okay? Keep that. God damn it, Shindigs. To those asking if I have a script, hopefully that answers your goddamn question. Anyways, yeah. This is the best score we've seen on an open weight model for hallucinations. It's not as accurate overall, which is the proportion of correctly answered questions out of all questions, regardless of if it chose to answer. But one of the cool things that this benchmark measures is, will the model lie when it doesn't know, or will it say that it doesn't know? And this model seems very willing to say when it doesn't know, which helps it keep a pretty solid score here. It's cool to see. But the coolest thing to see is when you go to the homepage of artificial analysis. Closed source, closed source, closed source, open source, closed source, closed source, open source. Like, this is the only open source model that has squeezed itself between these closed weight models from the major American labs. Huge win there. And of course, I had to run this on my own benchmarks, in particular skate bench, and saw some very interesting things here. Because K2 scored a 79%, which makes it a pretty big leap for state-of-the-art for open weight models in my little silly skateboard bench. Turns out this bench is actually pretty good at measuring meaningful regressions in models from major labs. I caught some regressions in spatial reasoning with 5.2 using this bench. So Kimi k2.5 being good at naming skate tricks might sound silly, but it also might be better at handling things like 3D space recognition. I also just made some changes that auto-filter out certain models. So it looks like the best scores 03 Pro is actually perfectly matched with GPT-5 High. The issue is that GPT-5 has been trumped, so my changes assumed that it could hide that. We'll fix that later. I'll push this all. Thank you to Claude Code, which I have running over here for those changes. I'll figure out defaults more later. Regardless, really cool to see. And we look at the combined section here where you also are measuring in the cost. You'll see a big part of why K2 is so exciting here. K2.5 has a very low cost, relatively speaking, and is still a good score. That said, surprisingly enough, 03 is still a better cost value in Skatebench at the very least, because it used way fewer tokens and still got correct answers. Kind of nuts. And 03 Pro, obviously, very expensive. But standard 03 and GPT-5 High both did very well, cost performance-wise, and Gemini 3 Flash absurdly well. One of the highest scores I've seen. It actually crushed Gemini 3 Pro on this same bench. Turns out I'm not the only one that's seen that, though. Maria, where are you with that spatial reasoning bench? I'm sure you said something recently, and I can go through your history. Thank you, Maria. Maria actually sent this earlier today, and I think it's a funny fit. This is a benchmark for spatial reasoning for LLMs, specifically in a voxel world trying to find stuff. All of the major models are in this bench, and the only one that could find anything was Gemini 3 Flash. It got an 11 out of 22, and all of the other models got a 0. So it does seem like 3 Flash is weirdly good at spatial reasoning, and a lot of other models are not at all. Just thought that was an interesting thing to include. Cool. I do want to talk about what it's like coding with these, but I first want to talk about the features they added, specifically this agent swarm stuff, because it's very, very exciting. This model is not the fastest. I do expect that to change in the near future once the major hosts figure out all the quirks to hosting it well, especially things like Cerebras and Grok with a Q. But for now, we're seeing speeds between 30 and 70 TPS, depending on the lab and the place hosting it. The official Moonshot AI API, which is the lab that made it, it's 31 TPS. Fireworks has got it all the way up to 133 already, which is really cool to see, especially because it's the same price as the Moonshot ones are. It does not have cache enabled, though, so you're going to have to pay a lot more for input tokens overall. That said, cool to see. But again, for the most part, the speeds aren't going to be the fastest thing in the world. 30 to 60 puts it at around the same speed as GPT 5.2. Yeah, around 47 TPS for 5.2, or with Opus 4.5, it's about 40 TPS, just for reference. So it's not going to be super fast. That could change in the future. This hosted version from Fireworks is insanely fast. So hopefully it'll get better, but it feels faster, especially when you're using it alongside the sub-agent stuff, because it could spin up a ton of things. I had a few different tasks I wanted to try this with. First, I wanted to try running it in my local CLI, and then I realized that Swarms is only a feature in their web interface right now. It is not a thing you can do over API. It is not a thing implemented in their CLI. I'm excited for a future where I could split up something like a linting task across a bunch of sub-agents, but that's not where we're at today. I did actually try that, and the CLI seems to be entirely broken. This is a CLI run I did This is a CLI run I did to try and fix some lint errors in a project I was upgrading. It had like a few hundred of them, but most of them could be fixed with just a prettier call. And then the rest could be very small, simple fixes that only need the context of the file they're in. I had already made this change with another model in the official GitHub repo for this project, but I wanted to see if K2 could do it. I wanted to see if K2.5 could do it, and I wanted to test the spawning of the subagent stuff. So I specified up here, where did I actually submit? This CLI is very broken. Yeah, it is not trivial for me to find the prompt I sent. That was me actually running the lint. Okay, here we are. I asked it to, or I told it that this project is a ton of lint errors, spin up a swarm to address all of them in parallel, thinking it would be able to. It could not do that. Was sad, but that's fine. I'm using the official Kimi CLI, by the way. Was hoping it would have some more features than it does. It seems okay. It has some formatting issues, especially when you like resize your window. But the bigger issue is that this task has been running now for 3 hours and isn't going to ever complete because one of the subtasks it spun up is just running. And also, to be clear, it did this all linearly. It wasn't running these in parallel. It would queue up like 3 tool calls and they would all run and then it would go back to generating, but it didn't spin up sub agents to work on things and like parallelize the work being done at all. But it got stuck here and I don't really know what to do. I just hit escape, which interrupted it, but I don't know where this ended up. Let's see, bun run lint. See how it did. "23 problems were left over." So it got most of them. Again, for comparison, previously it had... It's a big project. It's been a fun one for testing things with. Yeah, previously it had 645 errors, and it was able to knock it down to 20, but that's still not a 0. And I suspect that if it didn't freeze, it probably would have been fine. So how do swarms work? I will show you. Let me find the bad thread first. When you want to use a swarm, you currently have to do it through Kimi.com. Surprisingly decent for a lab that's focused is not their website, but as always, if you want the best experience with the new models, that will always be on t3.chat. We already have K2.5 supported, of course. Come check us out. We're only $8 a month, and if that's too expensive, use code. Or if that's too expensive, use code. Let me go find a good code to reuse quick. I'll just use Cheap Bastard again. That's what I was going to do. Cool. And if $8 a month is too expensive, use code cheap-bastard at checkout and you'll get your first month for just $1. Pretty good deal. Back to Kimi, though. Their site is fine. They have their own deep research thing. We'll have ours in the near future. But their agent swarm is what we're here for. Agent swarm, again, can spin up Agent swarm can spin up multiple sub-agents to go do tasks and look into things in parallel. So if you have multiple theories, it can look into those. If you have things that make sense to parallelize, it can look into those. It seems really cool. The issue is I tried it 3 times, and 2 of the 3, it just didn't use the swarm. So here was a fun task. I'm building an AI chat app in Swift UI. Yeah, I'm working on a prototype of the T3 chat app in Swift for fun on the side. We'll talk about that a lot more in the future, believe me. It's having some issues with keyboard scroll behaviors and scroll stuff in general, so I discussed those here. I also wanted to give it enough context on the code without just handing it the whole code base, because I had to do this in the web app. So I asked Codex to summarize how the scrolling currently works and write it up in a markdown file. So I pasted that in as additional context. let it go do its thing. It created this comprehensive, actionable plan that I could copy paste as a prompt, which I did, and it didn't work, sadly. So spoiler there. But at the end here, it had a couple questions, but also specified at the bottom of the UI here, Kimi completed this task directly. No agent swarm needed. Credits back to you. Try k2.5 thinking for similar tasks. So it told me that it didn't need the swarm for this, and it didn't use it, and that I got my credit back, which is cool. But I did want it to use swarm. I also wanted it to theorize more ways it could do this rather than just one main theory. So the second time I sent this prompt, I added a bit of info. I want you to research this deeply. Search the web to see how others have implemented this experience. Spin up multiple agents to explore different paths to get this right. I'm even down to move off of SwiftUI if that's what's best. This piece is what allowed it to spin up multiple subagents. And here's the result. It created one for SwiftUI scroll expertise, one for UIKit integration expertise, one for gesture conflict handling, one for keyboard handling expert, and a ChatGPT UX analyst to analyze how this works in ChatGPT's mobile app for comparison. And they even have a cute little UI for the UX analyst here, because it makes like a persona, so to speak, for each of the layers. And then each of those goes and does its work. It's cute. Cool little UI. And then tasks are assigned to each of them. So this one was assigned the task of building an AI chat app in SwiftUI. Or no, this one was told about my problem with SwiftUI, given details about the current implementation. Provide concrete code examples showing the best SwiftUI native approaches, include explanations of why each approach works and trade-offs compared to UIKit. Then a UIKit integration expert, which was told include clear guidance on when to use this approach versus pure SwiftUI. Return your findings as a structured report with complete code samples. This is pretty cool. It lets you, the model is now trying different theories out with different framings and then bring all of the results in to come to a different conclusion. And it came to some interesting results here. I actually read through all of it and it was cool. It said that there are two complete options for solutions. SwiftUI native, good for simple cases, handling the keyboard observer class, proper ignore safe area usage, sidebar gestures while scrolling disabled, 200 lines of production-ready code, versus the UIKit wrapper, option B, recommended for production. Includes a complete UI view representable wrapper, UI table view for message rendering, perfect keyboard animation sync. Yeah. The research confirmed that the top-tier chat apps still use UIKit for message lists because the keyboard animation is perfectly synchronized, there's no jumps or race conditions, gesture conflicts are properly resolved, and self-sizing cells work reliably. Very interesting results. So I took what it generated, which is this pile of files of context. I dumped those in the project. Let me make sure I don't leak things when I do this. Cool. Yeah. I dumped all of this in the project as scroll UX research. Add this all here. And then I opened up. Is that not the right one? Did I close the one that had the history I wanted? That's a shame if I did. Yeah, I did. That's, yeah. Cool. So I took all of this, threw it into Codex, which I've found is slightly better at iOS than Claude Code. Thus far, at least. Could be wrong, but from my dicking around, it seems like Codex understands Apple's bullshit much better overall, so I figured this would be the best place to do it. I told it about all of this information and where to find those bits of text, and it went and built all of this. Replace the SwiftUI scroll stack with a UIKit-based collection view and rewire the chat screen to use it. I can show you the whole app. It's a little annoying to show you guys the whole app. Fuck it, I'll show you guys the whole app. Spoiler, though, it's broken still. It's broken in different ways, but it's just as broken as before. Turns out dynamic scroll behaviors that can go in multiple different directions with something as annoying as a keyboard being involved, that is a virtual keyboard on the screen that things have to move out of the way of, that combo of things can be really painful. Yeah. It broke bad. It also now gets stuck loading indefinitely too. So something it changed in the data model when it was making these changes broke as well. I don't know how much of this is because the instructions and plan were bad. How much of this is because GPT 5.2 is bad. Did I try this in Kimi? No, because I do not trust Kimi to make significant adjustments to an iOS project still. These things are hard. For fun, I can tell it to do... Or for fun, I'll have Claude Code try this as well. Let me make sure I keep this folder somewhere so I can get it back if I git stash all of this. Paste. Let me fix the text formatting. Let's Claude Code it quick. Cool. Any of these anymore? I don't. Cool. We'll see how Opus 4.5 does, but yeah. Not going to try Kimi on this task because I know Kimi will not perform well in this task. I did try it for other things though and had very interesting results. As I mentioned before, I had it do a full image studio. It is here and it works. Let's generate a pelican riding a bicycle in Tokyo. There we go. Oh no. Oh, I have a key that has no tokens. Give me one sec. Foul. Yeah, turns out generating a lot of images for demos is expensive. Thank you to my sponsors. Cool. That should all be good now. Try this again. Same prompt. GPT image 1.5 is still failing because of some weird formatting stuff. For some reason, the model really wanted to use webhooks instead of waiting for the generation to complete with the original API calls, which breaks GPT image for some reason. But the other models were working fine. Hopefully they are still working fine and that the fixes it did for 1.5 don't break things more. Speaking of things being broken, I ran into a lot of broken things when I was trying to use this model. Speaking of breaking, I ran into a lot of broken things when trying to use this model in OpenCode. Obviously, the Kimi K2 CLI, or obviously the Kimi CLI had its own problems, which is why I moved to OpenCode. But OpenCode had its own issues as well. Here, I had an issue where, and you can tell from the snippet there, it had a generation running. I had it redoing the UI for this project. And after some back and forth, the image in the data set seemed to push it over the limit for how big the payload could be when it posts to the official OpenCode APIs, which caused it to break. And I got payload too large, like everywhere on the UI, and couldn't fix it. So I had to make a new thread and switch over to k2.5 over the official API instead, which has been better, but still has problems. Yeah. But at the very least, it does work. It does generate images. I can download them. I am happy overall. It's impressive that it can do this type of thing. This is a task that I had it mock out UIs for just 6 months ago. I would have models make a fake UI for this to test their UI prowess. Now I can also tell them to implement the whole thing, and they will. which is pretty crazy if you think about it. Like, this is not a task I ever thought these models would be capable of doing. And here they are, open weight models that are like not that expensive that you can download and theoretically run yourself, capable of building full on applications that are usable. Obviously, let me switch to the instance I haven't signed in. Obviously, when you use more expensive models like Opus 4.5 and put more time and more back and forth in, you can get really beautiful stuff like what we have here, which, as you can tell from here, I've been using the new T3 canvas for a lot of work for thumbnails and plan to continue to do that in the future. Pretty nuts. But it didn't... But this is not that far off. And considering that this is the most expensive state-of-the-art model right now, and this is something that didn't have any reference to the other code base and just kind of freehanded it in under an hour with 2 follow-up prompts for errors. Really, really good. Especially because I did this initial generation without having thinking on, because I didn't realize thinking is off by default in open code. Dax, we need to have a talk. Yeah. Anyways, thought that was really cool. There's okay, that's still going. I just had questions. I did want to try this again using thinking on. I did want to try this again with thinking on, but seems like it's not being very smart. Oh, it killed my additional piece at the end of the input. That's fucking annoying. Cool. That should be set up for a little more success. I'm doing plan mode initially intentionally. We can close that. We can close this. Cool. I did want to try this again with thinking on, so I am doing that. It's asking really good questions. I just answered the questions. It didn't do the tool call to make the UI for the questions come up, which is interesting. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. We'll see how this behaves. Cool. All looks good. I made this fancy little diagram. All of these fuck up the spacing like that, which is annoying, but overall looking good. Build away. Make sure it looks beautiful. Dark mode only. Left sidebar for input. Use your front end design skill and the convex best practices skill to make your implementation fantastic. I know there's the experimental plan mode. It has been very broken when I tried it before, so I'm not trying it right now. I'm sorry, chat. I think they are all in the ASCII graphs. I don't think it'd be broken the way it is if they had done that. While that's running, I'm going to thank all the subs I missed. Thanks, Bot Cooper, for the 42 months of Tier 3. Fucking legend out here. Remix B4 with the 19 months of support. Space Plushie with the Tier 1 as well. Appreciate all you guys. As always, the models are struggling with Tailwind V3 versus V4. Yeah, it's struggling to get the Tailwind setup done. It'll figure it all out eventually. It did the last time too, but interesting to see. While that is running, we do have more to talk about. Simon has his post, and in his post, he included a very interesting detail, which is that it's a modified MIT license. So while it is open weight, and you can go download the weights and do what you want with them, if you're a big company, they do have a carve-out, which is that if your product or service has more than 100 million monthly active users or makes more than 20 million US dollars in monthly revenue, then you have to prominently display Kimi k2.5 on the user interface of such a product or service. So in the case of T3 Chat, you don't know if we have 100 million users a month or 20 million a month of revenue because we're going to display it anyways. So we are compliant with this license. Others might not be. The main reason that this tends to be included is to keep big companies from just stealing all of the work and the weights and doing small things to it and then not disclosing it. Like imagine a lab wanting to make a better coding model, instead of building everything from scratch, just distills K2.5 or trains something on top of it or adjusts the weight slightly, calls it their own thing. This license call out specifies that they can't do that. They have to specify that it is still based on K2.5. They've had callouts like this before. I expect them to continue in the future. A lot of these bigger open weight drops tend to have carve-outs like this now. I don't love that. I like open source, meaning open source. That said, open source is a weird concept in models in general because you can't get the stuff to reproduce the result because nobody's sharing their techniques or their data or all the other things that have to go into this. And chances are they can't because a lot of things in there are not available for redistribution. Like if you paid money if you paid a company money to get data from them to use for training, you probably don't have the right to distribute that data. So if they were to distribute everything you need to recreate the model, they'd probably not be able to make as good of a model because they'd have to share things that they can't right now, and they'd have to remove that data if they were to. So yeah, open weight is a weird thing. It's still a really good thing. It still means really cool things can happen on top of this. But if you're a really valuable company, you need to call it Kimi K2.5 if it is based on Kimi K2.5. None of these callouts have been tested in the courts yet. It would be interesting to see if a lab was to do something on top of Kimi K2.5 and modify it a meaningful amount. Would this license term still hold? Good question. I'm sure this will be a thing that is played out in the courts within the next year, probably. They have been bragging a lot about the quality of the front-end interfaces that it generates, and I get why. Open weight models have never been good at front-end, like, at all before. But this is a really cool interface that was built, apparently entirely using Kimi K2.5. It's a genuinely really cool website. It has its weird edges, like the way that the borders overlap here makes it look a little jank. but it's cool. This is a pretty cool looking one. Not bad. It's doing interesting things. Like the websites it's designing aren't just the traditional like formatted homepage with a sidebar. They are doing interesting things with a lot of the designs. Capability in visuals stems from massive scale vision text joint pre-training. At scale, the trade-off between vision and text capabilities disappears. They improve in unison. Very interesting. Interesting. This example is actually pretty nuts. They gave it this gigantic maze, this PNG that has absurd paths in it. Like that is impossible to even see. Like I'm assuming that my compression is probably breaking right now. And they asked it to find the shortest path from the green dot on the top left to the bottom right dot that's red in the corner on the other side. It looked at the image. It found the locations for the dots by executing Python code. It converted the image to a binary maze, again using Python, implemented BFS, and then found an answer and even generated a visualization of it. That's really cool. That's really cool. It crushed their own internal benchmark for code. Of course it did. They wouldn't have released it if it didn't. They have a bunch of details about Swarm here, which is really cool too. As they said before, 100 sub-agents executing parallel workflows across up to 1,500 coordinated steps without predefined roles or handcrafted workflows. So none of this like defining your own sub-agents in a config somewhere. Still really cool though. I'd argue cooler that you don't have to deal with all that. It just figures out who the sub-agents, so to speak, should be, and it can go and do all of those things. They did this through parallel agent reinforcement learning, which used a trainable orchestrator agent to decompose tasks into parallelizable subtasks, each executed by dynamically instantiated frozen subagents. Running these subtasks concurrently significantly reduces end-to-end latency compared to sequential agent execution. So if I'm understanding this correctly, what they did is they took existing work that was done properly using other traditional agents that are just one path, one track, single agent runs, like what we do every day in our tools. They took those results and then had a separate trainable orchestrator agent look at those outputs and reconstruct them into what would it look like if we did this in parallel. They generated these fake runs of a parallel version of the same task and then used that for reinforcement learning. That makes a ton of sense. And we're going to see more and more of this, of like, since these chat histories in our code tools are what these things are using, it's like this is what the models are being used for 90% of the time now. Stuff like this. Histories and a bunch of tool calls being run for a long time. We no longer want to just train this on traditional data that you find from scraping the web. The data of how people use things like OpenCode or Claude Code or Cursor or Codex, that chat history data is way more valuable than the data on the web as it stands today. So a lot of the training is going to be so more and more of the training is going to be fake versions of those histories that are being handed to the models and part of the training process to make ideal chat experiences. If you can construct an ideal fake chat in retro, as in like you take a change that you want to make, you ask the model to do it, it does it wrong, so you go fix it. You can use the before and after to generate a fake chat history. That is going to be more and more how these models are trained, is by creating the exact history that they would want to see the model produce, and then use that as training data to make it do the thing. That said, once you do the parallel stuff, it gets pretty challenging. They specify that it's challenging due to a delayed, sparse, and non-stationary feedback from independently running subagents. Common failure mode is serial collapse, where the orchestrator defaults to single agent execution despite having parallel capability. To address this, their parallel agent reinforcement learning process employs staged reward shaping that encourages parallelism early in the training and gradually shifts focus towards task success. Very interesting. So over the history of the run, it moves away from we want everything in parallel and towards we want an answer that is correct. Cool to see them sharing this much. It almost feels like there's a race between Moonshot and Kimi versus GLM 4.5 and ZAI versus Minimax for who can overtake DeepSeek in everything from the quality of the models to the quality of the research and information they are sharing about it. And they're pulling their weight here. This is really cool to see. Yeah, the orchestrator first creates the subagents, because again, it's not using subagents that you've already defined in a config. It is making them specific to you based on your task. So it generates these subagents, and then it assigns tasks to all of them from the orchestrator layer, which is again an agent. Then it even can generate things like a fact checker. Or then it can use and then in this example, it uses the fact checker subagent that they made to check the results and make sure that they're all good. An agent swarm has an orchestrator that dynamically creates specialized subagents and decomposes complex tasks into parallelizable subtasks for efficient distributed execution. Apparently, this led to an 80% reduction in end-to-end runtime for their benchmarks internally, while also enabling more complex long horizon workloads as shown below. Here you can see as the tasks get more complex, it can save more. All makes sense. I would suspect every lab to have something along the lines of what they're doing here within the next 3 to 6 months, other than Google because they take their time. But I would be very surprised if we don't see other labs shipping similar things, not just in the models either, but in the tools that we're using with them too. Because like open code has to be rebuilt a little bit to support this type of workflow. Oh, look at that. They did a YouTuber thing here. Task to identify the top 3 YouTube creators across 100 niche domains. The 2.5 agent swarm first researches and defines each domain, then it autonomously created 100 subagents to conduct parallel searches. Each subagent identifies leading creators within an assigned niche, and the results, which were 300 YouTuber profiles, are aggregated into a structured spreadsheet. Okay. It's just hunting by sub count. That's lame. That means I'm not going to come up. Sad. Still so cool, though, that it can do things like that. They talked about spreadsheets and document stuff a lot. They really focused on like using it locally for tasks like your spreadsheet management, editing Word docs, changing PDFs, stuff like that. Seems like they're thinking deeply about the whole co-work use case that we saw with Claude over the last week or two. These are the things that the labs are chasing now. It's a lot less like how nice does it write and a lot more how much work can it do, what things can it do given the right tools, which is the direction this has all been going for a while. Still cool to see. Sadly, the only time the word writing comes up on this entire page is when they're talking about writing LaTeX equations, which sucks because the thing I've loved most about Kimi for a while is the quality of the writing output. That's why I still use it as my day-to-day. And Kimi K2.5 still is pretty good at writing. It's also still a total asshole. If I can find the post. Thought I had it there. Yeah. This model is much more willing to like go at your ego than anything else I've used. I obsessively notate at the end of every day what I did in the day, and I put it all in a single text file to have models roast me and give me feedback on myself. All of the other models are really nice, and all of the other models are willing to give me some hard feedback, but they're really nice about it. It's like, you work too hard and you care too much about your team. K2 and K2.5 are a lot harsher. Enough so that I can't show you the whole response because it goes deep on like very personal things in said journal. But it ended with this. You're not a chaotic genius. You're a genius who's chaotic. One of those is fixable. Fix it before the recovery days become permanent. It's brutal. It is brutal. But as we all know, the best engineers are brutal too. So let's see how its results came out here. Close. Bun x convex dev. Bun run dev. Create new. K2 thinking. Image studio. Cloud. Oh, it did a subdir. That's annoying. CD image, generation studio bun, install. Bun x convex dev. Choose existing. There we go. It got the exact same error that the non-thinking version got. While it does that, I'm going to go move environment variables. Cool. That is done. Has a bunch of type errors. Type errors. Type check command and fix them, please. I don't love that it made a subdirectory. That makes everything so annoying. Yeah, it fucked up bad. That's annoying. Yeah, the models can solve specific pointed work. I would argue most of them can now. K2.5 seems very capable of it. But the best models are the ones that not only can do the work, but can identify what's missing from the work they have to do and then do that instead. An example I saw Pete talking about, Pete, the Claudebot creator, is that when he was working on adding voice mode to Claudebot, he first wanted to see how the result would come out on the server side. So he just sent voice data over push, like just a standard post request. And when the model saw that it got binary data back that looked like it could be audio data, it saved it as a file, ran it through off of MPEG, confirmed it was audio, found an API it could use to do voice to text, did that, got the text, and then responded without them having to write any code for audio mode. By just giving it the wrong thing in the right harness, it could go figure out what that was, which is insane. But the best models are the ones that can unblock themselves in those crazy ways. None of the open source models can yet. Kimi k2.5, when not blocked, seems to behave really, really well. But for things it doesn't have yet or doesn't know yet, like TypeScript and the TypeScript setup for type checking, it won't do that without being told to or being steered towards it. Like I just had to. It just wrote a bunch of code that fails because it has type errors in it that it didn't care to notice, much less address. I do want to see how it handled the scroll behavior updates. Not very good. Remember that thing I said earlier about Claude Code being bad at iOS? Yeah. I stand behind what I said. Claude Code is terrible at iOS. Kimi K2 is not going to be able to solve this. Codex is okay at iOS. The rest suck at it. This is still just going. It's trying its best. Let's see how it works when I run dev on it. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, it was just that. It looks like it fucked up Tailwind, though. Do I still have that one running or something? No. Honestly, this follow-up run has been revealing. It's entirely broken. The text flickers in when I refresh. The CSS just broke entirely. The page fails to load because it's hitting queries that don't exist. These are things I don't see in the state-of-the-art models from the major labs. Like this exact same prompt on GPT 5.2 Codex or on Opus 4.5, hell, even on Sonnet 4.5 is going to generate a working result first try. Kimi k2.5 is a huge leap for open weight, and if things continue to progress at this rate, we will have open source models that are as good as Opus by end of year for sure. But it's not there yet. It's goddamn close, but it's not there yet. I actually really like how Canada Honk put this in chat. All open source models sadly lack a certain something. I totally agree. And I honestly feel the same about Gemini models too. There's like a touch of like reliability and consistency that nobody has other than OpenAI and Anthropic right now. Everything else just has this like taste of unreliability and inconsistency. Like only OpenAI and Anthropic have consistently solved this, in my opinion, where I like don't see it step on some stupid random thing and get lost as a result. And I'm concerned that the swarms are going to make this problem worse, not better. That said, I'm seeing it less here than I have on any other open weight model, and I'm seeing it way less here than I saw on even state-of-the-art models halfway into last year. Things are moving so goddamn fast. I would not be surprised if there's an open weight model that feels just as good as an Opus or a Sonnet or a GPT 5.2 very, very soon. I'm getting a taste of it here. I really am. It's wild to think that this is an open weight model that is a thing you can go download from the internet and use inside of an open source harness too, by the way. So this is an open weight model in an open source harness building real applications. Open source is behind the state of the art, but it's not that far behind. And I've seen it now. And you should go play with it too. Let's see if it worked. Still something broken with the Tailwind config. I'll tell it that. I'm going to assume it doesn't solve this. If it does, then I'll record a bit more, but we'll wrap this one up for now. Is this the best model ever made? No. Does it make me really, really excited for the future? Yes. I really am hyped to where things are going, and I hope you guys are too. Let me know how you're feeling about this release, and if you care at all about open weight models, or if you're just going to keep using Claude Code or Codex or whatever else you're on. Seriously, though, curious how you guys feel about this, because I'm really hyped. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Good enough. And k2.5. I do not have context 7 set up, and I'm not going to have context 7 set up. A really great doc for agents. Good to know, actually. Let me put this somewhere. I will remember it. Shit. Good docs for agents for Xcode in there. Fine. Thank you for that link. Really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. How do you guys like the question? I also really like the answer that we got. Let's see which of these things I have done. Did that. We've not done the other things. I'll do that in a sec. While this is still building, I will show you guys FS2 stuff. I should do this in a way that you guys don't have access to what I'm about to show, but I am too lazy to do it right, so we will not. Control D is the only way to exit their CLI. That's stupid. Let's... ls cd fs2 exploration. Oh no, that's the actual repo. cd exp fs2 make dir live demo, cd live demo. Cool. This is what I've been working on. fx2 CLI. Will this put out additional info? Because I want to do a local connection for now. I have it set to work over PipeNet. So I'm going to do that. Now you guys can't connect to this. But if I hadn't added the -- direct, this is a command you guys would be able to run. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do two things. First, I'm going to open up cursor in this folder. I'm going to make another folder, directory higher. Live demo 2. I'm going to paste that command here. And then I'm going to open up cursor there as well. So we have 2 cursor instances, 2 folders. Right now, they are communicating over the local network, but they can also go over the internet with the existing working build. These will sync. My face was covering the one there, but what's good? Saved, and when it saves, it appears here. And this works over the network. This works over the internet. You can edit, add, remove, change, whatever. So if you wanted to, let's say, run an agent on a different computer that is editing code on said computer and still have it running on your computer, this works for that. Very fun. It's also really fun for pairing. If you're working with somebody and you both have agents of your choice running in whatever tools that you're using, like one person's using Cursor, one person's using Claude Code, one person's using Codex, you can now see on everyone's machines the changes as they're being made. See a lot of people having a lot of questions, and most of those don't have answers yet. I will say it has good defaults around what does and doesn't sync. So it uses things like your git ignore. So if your git ignore exists and says these files shouldn't be committed, those same files won't be synced as well. And if you have 2 people editing the same thing at the same time, it's just last right wins for now. There is a future where when you connect, you're not connecting, you're cloning, which is one of the many ideas I have for where I want to go with this, which is why I'm just still trying to decide how hard I want to release this. Because the way this works right now is awesome, is very useful. More would have to be done if I wanted this to be even more useful. I see people mentioning Dropbox, and that is very much the inspiration. What I realized is I want something like Google Drive or Dropbox that is more optimized for actual work. If you think that this is Git, you don't understand sync or Git very well. Like, I'm sorry, it's not Git. There is no versioning. There is no control. There's barely a system. So two of the three terms in VCS are not managed here. I don't want to be like, I want Git to be the developer's problem when the developer chooses to use Git. I want something very different. And I have a lot of ideas for where this can go. More coming soon. I don't want to spoil all of my ideas. I've already given out more than I should by showing this, but the package is freely available now. I have not made the repo public yet. We will get there. And as I mentioned before, this whole thing is Rust. And if you look at the depths, you will see that the FS2 CLI has a bunch of peer depths for other platforms that are how it actually runs. I thought it showed that in here. I guess it doesn't. We look at the package JSON and see we have a Darwin ARM64, Darwin x64 build, Linux, and standard Win32. Did not do a Win32 ARM build because fuck you for using Win32 ARM. Very fun. Works great. Very useful for getting data from one place to another. And I have a lot of fun places this can go. I think I did T3 content for this. FS2 CLI. Yeah. Almost all Rust with a little bit of JS and shell and a make file. A lot of fun things we're going to do here. I saw somebody mention sync thing in chat. I have not seen that. Could remote agents running in something like T3 chat just have access to your file system then? Shh. There are a lot of things that can have access to a lot of things if you build this way. Imagine any directory on your computer can have permissions. Any directory in your computer can be accessed by tools strategically in very specific ways. Some maybe have read-only access. Some have cloning. There's a lot of very fun things we can do with this. This actually looks very interesting to what I'm doing. I will take a deep look at this. Thank you, chat, for sending me sync thing. How does it work with large files? It does not yet. You got a long ways to go before those types of things work well. But it is like the fact that it works at all is genuinely very exciting to me, and I was surprised how quickly I could get it working. Cool. I'll include this for that video. But yeah. End of FS2 stuff. That's cool to hear. Sync thing does actually seem really cool and like a good starting point. Yeah, conflict avoidance will be a very interesting thing for us to figure out. I'll take a look at this in a sec. Sorry, Maria. What's this? Quality. Marker end of I did the end of FS2 stuff. Kimi k2.5 working build. Do this quick. Cool. Yeah. Took a bit for Kimi k2.5 to get everything fixed. I had to show it the things that were broken. It really struggled with Tailwind 4, so when I told it that it sucks at Tailwind, here's a screenshot of the site being broken, it went and downgraded to V3, which appears to have worked, and now the whole thing appears to work. With sync, with things persisting when you refresh, with all the fun things you get from stuff like Convex. But yeah, I can select some models. Let's do Nano Banana Pro, GPT Image 1.5. Everything fails to handle that one right. Cool. You have 3 models selected. Tell it to do, I don't know, 2 sea lions sharing an ice cream cone in Tokyo. It did not get enter to submit right, sadly, but it did get all the UI pieces right. This looks fine. This is totally passable. It has a bit of a weird look to it. I do not prefer it to what I got out of Opus with the front-end design skill, but it's fully functioning. And the difference between this and the previous run is that I told it to use its skills a bit more, and it had thinking on, which the first time it did not. Yeah, it works. Pretty cool. Honestly, nuts that you can do this with a free open source or honestly nuts you can do this with an open source model. It's going to drive the curve down a lot on who can use these things. It's nice to know that if you don't have the money to spend on the super expensive stuff, you're only a few months behind because the cheaper stuff happens so quick now. This is great. Fit that in wherever it fits. Phase, I trust your judgment. Cool. And now I can finally close so much shit. Honestly, I don't need like any of that anymore. I'll read the thing in 1 sec. I need to close all these fucking terminals too. Exit. Close, exit, close, exit, exit. Close, exit. Exit, exit. I'll leave it open so I push it later. Okay, what the fuck's going on here? Okay, something's really broken with these terminals. That is something to deal with later. That I need to deal with later. Cool. And these can all be closed. Nice. What do you got for me, Maria? $20 of credit and open code Zen. Okay, Kimi k2.5 to stretch out the opportunity. Nice. Very real. You've written 4 LM benchmarks this month. It's easier to make than publish. I feel you so hard on that. Also, Doc Des with the gift to Jeffrey. Love that. Hope you're doing well, Jeff. Sanity later with the 45 months. Fucking legend. Space Plushie with the resub. Tier 1. I think I got you, RemXB. Definitely got you guys, actually. Cool. Thank you all. Okay. Is it time for the Apple crash out, or do I have to say hi to YouTube first? Sorry again, YouTube chat. What did I miss here? Thank you, Rui and Mavdot, for joining the T3 Club. Learned a lot from you from a Python coder. Damn, I'll take that. Thank you all for the support on YouTube chat. This looks like a fun bench. I'll save that to read later. I need to go purge my read later list so soon. It's getting pretty crazy. You're hoping that your latest will finally be too hard for current models and then you can publish it. I feel that. Yeah, conductor's really cool. Yeah, Doc, you recognize the legend here. I've also considered building my own alternative to raindrop, but it's been fine, so I don't have enough complaints to bother. And close these. Close, close. Close, close. I didn't want to show the limits a bit. Yeah, I'll do that for the Kimi video as well. Marker, Kimi, k2.5, limits, extras. Yeah. One interesting thing I wanted to talk about with Kimi is the usage through their subscription. They have their own sub tiers, which I decided to do. I'm on their middle tier, which is $40 a month on the monthly. It's slightly cheaper if you do the annual plan. I was expecting quite a bit because like the model's cheaper. They're trying really hard. It's $40 should get quite a bit of usage, right? Well, I almost used up my 4-hour limit, which I did not expect. Like I got real close to it. And my weekly balance is actually trimmed quite a bit too. Obviously, it's resetting somewhat soon, thankfully. But I would have maxed this out with like 1 or 2 more real tasks. I was surprised just how quickly I ate through these limits on this plan. It's possible things like caching aren't being implemented properly by OpenCode or just aren't functioning as they need to yet. I would expect the amount you can get for this limit to go up, not down, because it's a lot lower than I would have expected for my usage here. So based on the things you hear in this video, don't assume you can go subscribe to the $20 or $40 plan and immediately get an insane amount of unlimited usage. That has not been my experience so far. And like the usage I've done with this plan is like less than a fifth of what I would do in a normal day on Cursor and just to right size my usage here, I would guess that I've done like a fifth to an eighth as much with Kimi today as I would do in a given day with either Claude Code or Codex. So it's just not that much usage from here. That said, according to people I trust, like Canada Honk, someone tweeted they could still use it when the limit hit 0, so the UI could just be bugged. So that's possible as well. Just thought you should know. Yeah, the web design of the plans page is actually really cool. I agree. Which it didn't load in so jank, but it is cool. Yeah, they are cooking a bit. Not a lot, but a bit for sure. Thank you to everybody hanging out on YouTube, by the way. We peaked at fucking 1,300 of you guys live on YouTube. That's so nuts. Thank you all for hanging out, guys. Never thought numbers like this would be possible for any of this. It's insane. Oh boy. I did see the Claude Code Game Engine video. I'm probably going to do my response to it because I know too much. I know way too much about TUIs. I want to crash out at Apple, but I also want to do all of these other things today. I'm going to save this till later because the Apple crash out will get me all like energized and crazy. Did Prime open source his implementations for his video that he did?
There are some engineers.
It does not look like he did. Let's just see if he published it. I hope he did. Does not look like he did. The thing I wanted to see is he using alternate mode or not? Like this one in particular, if he's in alt mode for this, then it's very different than if it's using the standard buffer. Let me do some things here. Cool. Yeah, Kimi k2.5 is having issues right now. See if we have more luck if I retry. While that's running, I will throw it at 5.2. Yeah, still failing, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. A thing about how my brain works is there are things I've thought about in a way that I understand them, and then some things I think about more so I can explain them, and I haven't done that for CLIs yet. And I just want to see and like get the right terms and everything, so when I talk about it, people who are in the know don't flame me. The AC is working so well, I'm actually a little chilly, so I'm going to turn that up a tad. There we go. Okay. I am building a coding CLI for agentic code. Agentic AI dev work. Think like Codex or Claude code. What rendering strategies would make the most sense? What libraries best fit those use cases? I turned on the search tool for you to find answers to anything you might not already know, but if you're currently familiar with Codex Claude code, you can skip it. See how it does. I want to find the Boris tweet about Dom for this. Here we are. I'll throw that into this. And I want to find the original Tarek thing. Actually, he has that linked here. And these as well. Cool. Got all those sources. Just collecting good phrasings to use. What's this? I know nothing of this. Oh yeah, Claude Chill looks interesting. Drop that in. I'm assuming this breaks scroll. Oh. You have to turn on loop back or look back mode for this to work. Yeah, this is using alt view mode, right? Like that's how I would understand this works. Easiest way to figure this out. Copy. CD code contrib. Get clone. That. That. I'll let it figure itself out. See what else we have here. Interesting. Actually, very interesting. You know what? I'll try that. Let's set it up. What are some interesting characteristics? You know what? I'm gonna kill this. Assume the worst. Code contrib. Quad shell. Cool. Tell me anything interesting you notice about this project. Oh god, it's buggy. Ugh. Okay. I think I have enough. And this last bit. Man, wouldn't it be nice if Twitter still had like a usable API and didn't charge an infinite number of money? Here strings every frame, yeah. Okay, I think I have enough info. Sorry for just making you guys watch me prompt for however long that was. Just wanted to get better info from that. I like where you're going with this one. I think just the Apple Xcode logo with the hammer might be the move. Thank you, Mitch, for stopping by. Also missed the sub from Ichiru, continuing the NMG gift. Good to see you, man. I don't have it writing the video. I'm just trying to get like the right phrasing for terms and shit. And making sure my takes aren't insane. Should I use better context app for stuff like that? Yeah, absolutely, but I haven't set up yet. Cool. Cool. We can work with this. I have what I need. Marker, Claude, code, 60 FPS, drama. Yo, Gander, thank you for the sub. Fry Uni with the Prime. And I hate video ads with the Prime. Appreciate y'all a ton. And yeah, Conductor is great. Happy you guys are enjoying it. I think I have everything I need to talk about here. Cool. Oh shit, Fry Uni with the 10 bomb. Thank you so much for that. I would thank you more properly, but I just hit the marker, so we got to start filming. So thank you for the gifts. We'll thank you more properly after we film this video. Let's do it. God. Oh boy, a new drama just dropped. Oh boy, there's a new React drama, and this one is funny because it's not really about React. It's about Claude Code terminals and frame rates. And as is the case with all good dramas, it started on Twitter when poor Tarek, who works on Claude Code and Anthropic, shared some details about how they were working to fix the flickering problem that existed in Claude Code. This post goes really into detail on how they're thinking about the rendering in Claude Code and has some interesting details that a lot of people had opinions on. In particular, when they started talking about the render budget, saying that they have 16 milliseconds of frame budget to get something out, so they only have 5 milliseconds left over from the React scene to actually get the ANSI written in the terminal. People have opinions on this. We apparently live in the clown universe, where simple TUIs are driven by React and take 11 milliseconds to lay out a few boxes in monospaced text, and where a TUI triggers garbage collection too often in its rendering pipeline, and where it flickers if it misses its frame budget. Oh boy. There's a lot to talk about here. If you haven't already seen the Primogen video on this topic, I highly recommend it. It inspired me to go a bit deeper here. Why am I, the JavaScript guy, here to talk about these things? Well, I think I'm falling somewhere between these perspectives. On one hand, I think the performance characteristics of Claude Code are unacceptable at best. It's pretty absurd how poorly it performs in many cases, and I understand why there is so much pushback for that. On the other, there's a lot of nuance around how terminal rendering works that's full of surprises I don't think many of you already know. I know that I've been surprised as I've done deeper dives myself. I've always been a CLI nerd. I've been using GNU screens for as long as I've always been a nerd about CLIs and terminals. I've been using GNU screens since I was 14 years old, so I've been through the loop with weird CLI bullshit and TUI stuff. I know my way around here. I also have a lot of friends I also have a handful of friends and people in my life that work on Claude Code, so I have some unique perspective from there as well. I also, obviously, was an investor in Bun and a good friend of the Bun team, which is a key dep inside of Claude Code that helps it perform at all. That said, Claude Code still isn't open source, so most of what I'll be talking about here is me doing my best to reverse engineer how it works and explain my understanding of it. Once again, Anthropic, it would be much easier to defend you guys if you just open source Claude Code, but they haven't, so I'm going to do my best regardless, because as much as I love crapping all over Anthropic when they screw things up, I do think this one particular issue is not being represented properly. We're going to do our best to We're going to do our best to make everything really clear and easy to understand here. We're going to do our best to make everything clear and correct here. And first, we're going to do our best to make everything as clear. I don't know why I can't talk today. I'm going to do my best to make everything as clear and correct as possible here, starting with today's sponsor. Cool. I want to see any responses here. I think the best place to start with this one, or where's the original thread? Do I have it here still? I think the best place to start with this one is the original thread. Best place to start here is the original thread from Tarek, and I'll do my best to break down how all of this chaotic rendering stuff works. God, I hate the Twitter scroll back. Most people's mental model of Claude Code is that, quote, it's just a TUI, but it should really be closer to a small game engine. For each frame, our pipeline constructs a scene graph with React, and then it has to lay out the element, rasterize them to a 2D screen, diff them against the previous screen, and finally use that diff to generate the ANSI sequences that it has to draw. We have a 16 millisecond frame budget, so we have roughly 5 milliseconds to go from the scene graph to the ANSI being written. While we test Claude Code rigorously, our users usually... While we test Claude Code rigorously, our users run Claude in a huge combination of terminal and operating system setups. Here we found that in some setups, we were triggering garbage collection too often in our rendering pipeline. Some things you can't find until you ship. This is a legacy migration. We have to port our entire rendering engine while making sure nothing user-facing broke. Doing this without Claude Code would have been impossible, yada yada. Clarification things, why it took so long. These details are cool, but not what we're here for. What we're here for is the rendering characteristics. There's a lot of different pieces I want to focus on here, and I'm going to presume that you understand a little bit of React and how it works. I'm going to give a brief overview for those who might not, but again, this is not a video about how React works in the browser. This is a video about why Claude Code is slow and why some of it's justifiable and other parts are not. Cool. So, first we need to talk about how React works. When React first dropped, there was a lot of controversy around it because of the different rendering techniques it used. Before React, when you wanted to update something in the browser, you would target the specific thing you wanted to change. So if we had the classic basic example, like div, this div has a paragraph that has a count on it. Let's give this ID equals count 5. And then a button that is increment. We have these elements. We have this paragraph tag, ID'd count as a number, and then button that increments with the ID of increment. In the olden days, the way you would write this code so that the button would update this is you'd have a script tag somewhere in your site. The script tag would bind on button ID increment this specific behavior. So we'd have like const button equals document dot get element by ID increment button dot on click equals, and here you would define the function that does the same thing, but it selects the document element count and then it changes the content of the count. And this is how we would write JavaScript. The way that things were bound was that the values exist either in JavaScript or on the page, and then you have to select the elements that you want to have specific behaviors, bind those behaviors, and those behaviors would do the writes out of band. You would have an on-click that you bind to button that selects this identifier and changes the content of it. React flipped this model by, instead of having the state be like outside of the HTML, and I put this script tag after for a reason. Usually you put the script tag first, but the way this mental model works really does put it after. The JavaScript is changing the elements on the page comes first. In React, the big thing we change is we move the state first. So const count, set count equals use state. We're starting with 5. We'll put the 5 there. And now instead of rendering this hard-coded thing, you render count. And then in the button, when you define it, you bind an on-click to do the thing you want it to. So set count to count plus 1. There. The big difference between this and the old way of doing things is that everything here has to be recomputed when anything changes because you don't know where the changes happened. And this was the bold decision the React team made when they first built the project. They said, to simplify it, fuck it, who cares? Just make it cheaper to compare. Previously, every change was some amount granular. When a value changed, you would go manually update all of the elements that should be different as a result. With React, we kind of just said, fuck it, check what changed as a result of the diff, and then render that. Because if you were to just recreate all of the elements on the page every time something changed, that would suck. But if you go through and check which elements changed, then post them to the browser, it ends up working really well. The technique for this is called the virtual DOM. Effectively, all the elements on your page are rendered as a tree inside of the React virtual JavaScript world. And when something changes somewhere in the tree, it compares against the browser version to see if anything has shifted. And if it has, it then commits the change to the browser. But it has to have this virtual representation that it can identify the changes in before it does that. And there's lots of things that break the relationship between the real DOM and the virtual DOM. And it's also worth noting that while the browser's DOM is slow, it is not super slow. It's just too slow to aggressively update. You want to diff the updates a little bit. So now that we understand this, it's important to understand something about the terminal. Someone asked Boris, why do a diff versus just redrawing everything when you only have around 400 characters that need to be rendered? Boris responded, terminals are way less efficient than DOM. This is a crazy thing to realize, and a lot of people struggle to get their heads around this. I know I did for a while. Terminals are fucking slow. They really are. Especially, there are terminal wrappers that are. There are some good terminal apps now. Like, obviously, I'm a huge Ghosty fan. I use it for my default terminal every day. It's great. But man, the process of actually rendering updates in the terminal is not very fast. There's a lot of layers to dive into about how terminal rendering works. And I'm going to be honest here. I know a decent bit of the inner workings, but I don't know much of the terminology because it never really mattered. I would just fight things until they worked. And I've been learning a lot, both as I talk to the people building these things and also try to more deeply understand them as I talk about them myself. One of the first pieces we're going to have to talk about is the different rendering strategies in the terminal. There's a standard buffer, which is the standard scroll buffer. When you do something in a terminal, like if I open up a new terminal, PWD or cat cargo lock, these are all things that are being appended to the history of my terminal. And you can scroll through it. It's the buffer that is built into the terminal with all of the history of what's going on, of all the things that have been printed to it. All of this is just writing out to the terminal. All works great, all totally fine. But what happens if you want your program to go backwards and update something earlier on? Now we have to do some weird shit. And this is where terminals go from really easy to kind of annoying. You have to use special escape characters in ANSI to tell the terminal, I want to go back to this point and edit these things. And that sucks. They find I think I might have said ASCII instead of ANSI, which would be a dumb mistake of mine. It's one I've made before. Because these updates need to be done via ASCII, because these updates need to be done via ANSI escape characters, updates are always, since all updates are done by writing more text, you have to write a lot of text to update things from the past. And that's where these ANSI escape characters come in and make things a lot harder and often much worse performance-wise. If you have to use special characters to go update this thing instead of just rendering the new thing, you are constantly increasing how much data is being sent down the wire. And this is where the performance differences really start to show with the different techniques, and also the difference between like something in the browser versus something in the terminal. The browser is really throttled by how many updates you're doing and how many things are being tracked. The terminal is throttled by how many bytes you're pushing through it. And since every update requires, and since a longer history requires more text to do the update, because you have to get to the right point in the history, and just like the ints indicating where you're going are higher, you end up quickly bloating the context of this, especially if you have lots of style characteristics, especially if you have lots of style thing, especially if you have a lot of special characters for things like styling, color rendering, and all of that. It's surprisingly easy to send absurd amounts of data through this. And since you're collecting this string buffer constantly to figure out what state the terminal is currently in and figure out what needs to change, you end up using a surprising amount of memory in the process. Kind of And when you think about it, it all makes sense. When the terminal was built to just have text appear line by line, and you want to go back 15 lines and change something, obviously the process for that isn't great. But then you think about all the cool apps people use, like NeoVim, that I don't even have installed. VI, we'll go with that. You think about all these tools that are really powerful to let you do crazy things in the terminal. How could this possibly work? It's not using the standard buffer. There is an alt mode that you can trigger as well. The alt mode ignores the standard buffer and doesn't append things to that standard scroll buffer and scroll history. This is a big part of why something like OpenCode works and feels so different from Claude Code. If I open up Claude Code in this project, I can select text, I can scroll, and you see here, it's selecting text all around, because that's all just appended to the scroll buffer. If I kill it, that's part of my history. This was a thing that occurred in the history of me running Claude Code, where if I run OpenCode, it just took over my whole terminal. When I close it, it's gone. It's not part of the history. This also means that its behaviors are different too. When you try to select things, it doesn't necessarily work. I put in some input and I try to select it. They had to write all of this selection logic themselves, which is why when you let go, it's no longer selected. It copies to clipboard programmatically using their stuff. This isn't using any standard terminal things. They had to build most of it themselves because they're not using the standard buffer and standard rendering. You kind of have to make a choice when you build a terminal app. Do you want to use the standard buffer and deal with the weird performance characteristics and deal with the hell that is append-only history? Or do you want to rewrite the entire rendering mechanism for the terminal? This is one of the things that's both cool and painful with Claude Code. If I was to... Let's pull up an old chat. This one's not long enough. Cool. I just restored an old chat in Claude Code that has a ton of stuff in it. And when I close, the whole history was appended. Here, I just open Claude Code again, nothing in history. I'll open it once more, resume, pick something else in here, close it. All of that history just got appended to this buffer. And they had to write a ton of additional text in order to tell it via the terminal to go override everything that exists from this session effectively and append these new things. It is not trivial at all. There could be we could have a real deep, meaningful argument about whether or not these tools should use the standard buffer or if it's worth the fight to rewrite everything to make alt mode behave well. There's a reason OpenCode feels as much better as it does. It's because they're in alt mode. But the standard buffer, standard scrollback, all of that lets you use your terminal more like the standard terminal it is. This is also why trying to programmatically call OpenCode via a wrapper of some form is going to be annoying. That's also why they're building in all of the cool HTTP server stuff into it, because you can't just read the results from standard out from OpenCode. And again, remember, we are just appending text to make all of this work. So think about how hard it is to do some of the things we've seen here. Like when I do /resume, it pulls up this new UI here that fills my screen to the exact height of my current screen, lets me arrow up and down between different things, and also escape to cancel it, and wiping that from the visual scroll back. And now when I close all this, things happened. I actually lost my scroll back when I did that, which I think is really interesting. There are some tasks where the Claude Code team decided it is not worth trying to patch the history via additional text. It is easier to just clear it out entirely. It is also of note that different terminals handle things for these different things differently. A lot of the work building something like Claude Code is dealing with the fact that pasting into it behaves differently across every single terminal. A while back, the way Claude Code handled this is when you installed it, it would write patches to common terminals, like in this case, Ghosty, that would allow for the key combinations to be recognized by Claude Code for using Control V instead of Command V for paste on a Mac. Weird, obnoxious, but I get why they had to do it. Copy pasting here with blobs is not something that natively works. Like, you can't just copy an image and then paste the image into your standard in and expect it to work. So doing custom keybinds to trigger specific behaviors to get that stuff is effectively the only solution. We've been trying to solve these problems with terminals for as long as we have had them. Ncurses is the original classic TUI library, built way back in the day, literally 1993, as a standard for making it easier to handle all of these types of updates in your CLI. The first curses library was developed at UC Berkeley for the BSD operating system in the 80s. Because they were making a text-based adventure game and they wanted ways to update the UI. Wild. Where I want to go from here with this. But as you probably know, so there are clear benefits and negatives to each of these strategies. I get why people are going between them. But you might be thinking, wait, I've used standard buffer apps that are pretty powerful and dynamic that didn't have these performance issues. You have. They have lots of issues for sure. Like I've been using Codex a lot more lately. And Codex, if you're not familiar with it, the Claude Code alternative by OpenAI is built in Rust. It wasn't originally. In fact, in my original video where I talked about it, it was in TypeScript, and I warned them to not rush to a Rust rewrite because they were having issues with ink. Talk to me and we can figure out those issues. And they didn't do that. They rewrote it in Rust, and it has its benefits and negatives. But this is still standard buffer. You can tell just by trying to select text. It's the easiest way to know what type of buffer an app's using. Select some text in it, and you'll see here, all of these are ANSI characters. I can copy paste this empty space that is making this gray background because that's not really empty space. Like that's just how the terminals work. I believe they're using Ratatouille, which is the Rust-based TUI interface similar to Ncurses, but to make good CLIs in Rust. So what's the problem with Claude Code then? Partially this. If you're not familiar, Ink is actually a really, really cool project, and I still use it for a ton of stuff. It's React for CLIs. Part of React's model that makes it so powerful is that this virtual DOM technique can work on things that aren't just browsers. So if you're referencing this virtual layout for your elements and making sure that they're rendering correctly in the real world, like whatever the real world is to you, it can be a traditional DOM, it can be a native mobile app, it can be an iOS or Android app in those cases, it can be the Xbox UI, it could be something crazy like a canvas using Three.js with React 3 Fiber. It can also be a CLI. And that's a big part of what React Ink is. It's a set of components and CLI bindings to let you update the terminal UI via components and React elements changing. But it still has to do that diffing. It still has to do that rendering. It still has to figure out what changed and why, and then rasterize those changes. And it turns out that model is not great in an append-only system. React is great specifically when you can update an element in the original thing that you're trying to control with React. If you can say, I want to change this element now to be this instead, it's great. With terminal UIs, you have to append text to select the right element via these crazy escape commands and hope it gets to the right place. And when React is pretty willing to just blow the whole thing out and re-render it, you can quickly have these huge piles of text that are being sent to the terminal and then parsed in order to trigger an update. And that isn't fast. It can actually get pretty bloated pretty quickly. The amount of text data being sent from this React render process to the terminal to trigger an update is way more than it should be, especially when it's not actually doing an update. Can you explain this a bit better, Bitplane? Because this sounds correct and I don't really know how to use words for this. Yeah, Fryuni, thank you for the 10 bomb. Appreciate that. I think I got you already, but regardless. Thank you, Latent and Pjomp P for the Prime subs as well. Yeah, no pressure, Bitplane, but it sounds like you really understand this stuff and can describe it better than me, so your help would be great. And if I'm getting things wrong, don't hesitate to correct me. But yeah. This is all very good points as well. I was going to touch on this later, actually, but yeah. Even with all of that considered, as long as you're only triggering the update when actual changes occur, it shouldn't be too bad, but there's a problem. Changes can occur outside of the React code. You might be confused about what I'm referring to here. Let me show you. Yeah. I just opened another tab, which changed the size of the window, and that broke a bunch of things in what we were doing before, because this was actually not Claude code, even though it shows it there. The buffer in the history in the codex run just broke entirely because the window changed size. And if I do CC here, expand, I shrink, whatever, it figures it out well enough. I'll resume, pull out a history, resize. It takes a sec sometimes, but it always gets it right. And it's doing that by re-rendering. So it is pretty consistently checking its understanding of the world via its virtual DOM reputation. So it's pretty consistently checking its understanding of the world via its virtual DOM representation, and then seeing if the real DOM believes it or not, and then making a decision accordingly. And these are all just things we expect our apps to do because most of us work in tools that handle things like resizing well. Claude Code had to go pretty hard to figure these things out and get it right. but they did. The experience is really good. And if you use almost any of these other CLIs and you do something like resize the window, who knows what's going to happen? Because there isn't an event that triggers like there is in the browser, like window.onResize is a thing that you can see. You can't in the terminal. But why would you pick React at all? There's a handful of reasons for this one. The biggest one by far is obviously people know React. There are more people, like the number of people who deeply understand these characteristics of CLIs and terminals and PTYs and all of that is very, very low. There aren't that many people who get it. And even now, I am very thankful for chatters like Bitplane who are helping a lot to figure out these things and make sure I get my descriptions and terminology right. Please don't ask me about things when I'm in the middle of filming something else. Ooh, this is really fun. I might read this later. Yeah. Bitplane's theory for how Claude Code handles this is by intercepting the SIG-winch, which is part of the standard rendering process for the terminal, disabling scrolling in it, querying the size of the virtual terminal, the pseudo terminal. And once it knows the size, it can recalculate where things should go, patch and override the differences, and then switch scroll back on again. Because terminals have lots of weird characteristics. Like what happens if a line is too long? Yeah. So how do you do rendering like this bar, the input, then another bar that handles when you resize the window? You have to calculate how big the window is, but there isn't really a window size in the terminal. What you have is the size of the terminal process. So if you have scrolling on, you don't know how tall or wide the window is. You need some way to get it. So the theory for how Claude Code is doing it is that they switch to alt mode or something like it, figure out the dimensions of an empty page, use those dimensions to recalculate, and then trigger the update again to render again. The terminal doesn't give us any of the things we need to do this, and that's the biggest problem. If you thought the browser was bad in terms of standards, the terminal standards were built before terminals or standards were either concepts and have been appended onto constantly since and are still missing a lot of these basic things that we often need. Oh, that's actually a good one. And just for a fun example, again, with Codex, which is doing this via a buffer still, but is doing it with the Ratatouille library instead, it handles resizing okay. Like when I make it wider, it handled that. It didn't rewrap the text, though, which gets really funny when you get too small, and the text just slowly goes up the screen. Like it's refusing to touch things that have already been rendered that are in the buffer. See that when I just resized and made it wider, it didn't change the size of the previous thing. Again, if we compare with Claude Code, I'll start with it smaller. Tell me more. Make it wider. Everything above, before, after, all of it re-renders. All of it is handled. They put a lot of work in to handle all of these things. The bar the Claude Code team has for quality of experience and behaviors like this working is really important to them. They've prioritized this highly. And a big part of it, to go back to why use React, is the things the developers are familiar with. They're familiar with web. not just like working in the browser, but the behaviors we expect from working in the browser. Like when I pick a window, like, I don't know, T3 chat, and we change the size of the page, at a certain point, it collapses the sidebar and then reopens it when it has enough space to use it. These types of things we just expect from good responsive applications. And now that more and more people are using the terminal, they have to care. Claude Code is one of the first terminal apps, or Claude Code is in a weird spot because a lot of people who are using a terminal for the first time for Claude Code, which is kind of crazy. It's important to get right. And this is one of the cool things about Ink, is that it's using Yoga. If you're not familiar with Yoga, I don't blame you. It's a deep cut in the React world. If you're used to using things like Flexbox in the web, and then you build a React Native app, there is no Flexbox on iOS or Android. Yoga is an attempt to perform Flexbox layout calculations across every language and every platform. So you can do things like a Flexbox in a different place. And one of the things that makes Ink so cool is it lets you use Flexbox-like primitives via Yoga in the CLI. So you can make a box that has elements placed in certain locations, and Yoga will do the calculations, and then Ink will create the right ANSI characters to escape out and re-render the right things in the right places. Oh shit, Naman, who used to work at Meta on StyleX, is here. He's deep in the React Native world. C++, which have us work pretty much everywhere. Yep. I've seen so much crazy style and like math calculations for graphic stuff in C++ for these reasons. Fun fact, the logic that renders the color in your Twitch chat color, because you pick a hex code, and then we have to make sure it's still readable in light mode and dark mode. The code that does that transformation is written in C++ so that it works exactly the same on iOS and Android and web. Just fun facts. The work that has to go behind these things isn't as simple as React is slow. This stuff goes way fucking deeper than anybody understands. And like the intricacies of why Ink can get slow for certain projects in certain ways goes a lot deeper than people seem to think. But there's a couple more important pieces to consider here. One of them is who created the original Claude Code. It was Boris. Boris used to work at Facebook. Boris was one of the key people rewriting a lot of Facebook in React. He was one of the people that fully bought into the power of React, the benefits and the negatives, and saw what it looks like at scale, and decided that the benefit to negative cost benefit analysis worked out in favor of React, even for a CLI. That React's model was strong enough that it would benefit greatly for these types of things. There's a lot of benefits to working in React, especially when you have a bigger team. The way React kind of isolates the damage of a component is magical. It is really hard to screw something up above where you are in the tree by adding a new component lower in it. Obviously, like if you screw up the CSS or you're hitting some global or something, you can. But React's top-down way of working is also a top-down way of thinking. And that allows for a lot of potential issues you would run into to be like fully prevented. There's like a whole category. There are multiple categories of bugs that kind of just vanish when we move to the React rendering. There are whole categories of bugs that kind of vanish when we moved over to React. And these are the types of bugs that a lot of companies are experiencing now that they're using new frameworks like Svelte and Solid, where it's a little too easy for things to fall out of sync if you don't bind the signal in the right place or update this thing in the right way. In React, we kind of just blow everything out. So everything updates if anything changes. This has its issues, but it also makes the model much simpler, which means devs of various skill levels and various awareness can meaningfully contribute without stepping on other people's toes quite as badly. There's also a mindset that comes from Meta that I think Boris captured deeply. This is one of the weirdest things about Meta that I think about far too often for somebody who doesn't work at Facebook. I'm just going to give you guys some fun facts about Meta to help emphasize the point I want to make here. The main backend language at Meta is a language called Hack, which is a PHP rewrite in C++ that will compile PHP code to effectively native code to make the backend way, way, way faster. At Meta, they're also investing heavily into crazy projects like the React compiler, which will take existing React code and make it way faster. They're also investing heavily in things like Hermes and Hermes. They're also investing heavily in things like Hermes and static Hermes, which is a new runtime for JavaScript. And static Hermes is a compiler for JavaScript to compile down to native code. Apparently, Hack has continued to evolve since, according to Naman. Now it's a custom runtime for PHP called HHVM, like V8, but for like V8 in JavaScript, but for PHP. And there's a type checker for Hack that's written in OCaml as well. This might just sound like utter fucking chaos, and it gets worse. They rejected Git and use their weird bastardized form of Mercurial. I believe it's a fork that is pretty heavily forked at this point. You might notice that this looks nothing like how most companies work. Okay, apparently now it's Sapling. The thing I want to emphasize here about how Meta works and thinks that is so different is they don't necessarily solve problems by moving off of them or building on top of them. They have this weird philosophy there where they go underneath the problem and rebuild there. So when they noticed PHP was too slow, but the code base at Facebook was too big, the crazy, bold thing they chose to do is rewrite PHP. The math that they had done was that effectively rewriting all of Facebook is more expensive than rewriting PHP and making it faster. And it turns out they were right, and they're still using this weird bastardized PHP-like thing to this day. With React, they had explored all of the alternatives. They closely monitored what was going on in the ecosystem, all these alternative ways to render web applications, and concluded that React's compromises were the ones that made the most sense, and more importantly, that Facebook's code bases had so deeply built into React that replacing it with something else, even like a new way of managing state in React, was not realistic. And instead of trying to find something that has its own benefits and negatives, they could write a compiler that will recompile all of that code the right way. That it was cheaper to compile everyone's React code than to encourage them to rewrite React a different way. And that doesn't mean they're not exploring other things. Like as Naman said here, they attempt to move to a new language called Skiplang, which was really cool, but sadly the effort did fail. They try those things, but they often fall back on the same pattern with things like static Hermes, React compiler, and Hack of it might be cheaper to rewrite the entire toolchain than to rewrite the code we built on the existing toolchain. And they're one of the few companies that not only thinks this way, but has consistently succeeded with this mindset. And it's clear that Boris still thinks the same way. I cannot say for certain that this is how Boris thought, but I would not be surprised if it was. React might not be the best solution for what we're building today. If it isn't, we will know that because of how successful the project is and all of the pain points we are hitting, as well as how smart the models have gotten. If it turns out that we picked wrong, we will be able to rewrite our core primitives using these new tools to get it right later on. Thank you, Whisperflow. Boris's goal was to move fast in a way where they could understand the way the code base works, that anyone could come join in and make meaningful contributions, that an AI agent can do that as well, without one change in one component breaking something else somewhere else. React's model made that really doable, and they chose to go with React and Ink, not because it was the best and most performant solution, but because it led them to where they wanted to be the best way. And if it turned out it was wrong, they could rewrite the parts that make it slow. And that's what they ended up doing. They're no longer using traditional Ink. They're doing some crazy forking, and it's my understanding that there are native parts of their fork now too, which is really, really cool. But they still have to deal with the hell that is the size of the buffer that they're handing around. And one of the problems that gets hit a lot is that buffer of text is getting so big that garbage collection has to happen a lot more. And when garbage collection happens, they miss a frame. But I'm pretty certain that Boris's philosophy going into this, and I could be entirely wrong, and I'm sure lots of people on the Claude Code team will let me know if I am. My honest guess is that he went in here not thinking his tech was right, but knowing his tech, if wrong in ways that mattered, could be rewritten to be good enough. And that's the philosophy they took. This is the same philosophy that leads to crazy things like buying Bun. Just the sheer concept of taking a JavaScript runtime and toolchain like Bun and deciding that you should own this. That comes straight out of the Facebook playbook. That is so meta, it's hilarious. That's the exact same philosophy as rewriting PHP, buying Bun. Like these are the same way of thinking, and it makes all the sense in the world. Claude Code was an experiment. If it failed, none of these tech decisions would have mattered. Now that it has succeeded, it's time to start handling these tech shortcomings. And they are doing it, and they're doing it in really interesting, powerful ways. And they are sharing a lot of those things as well. I think that's really cool. The reason that this has issues and the reason people are getting so upset here is because this framing that Tarek put here is best put in internal framing. This is a way that someone like Boris should describe this to the rest of the team so they can understand the way of building. Is this the correct way to build a terminal app? No. I would argue there is no correct way because terminals fucking suck to build in. Was the initial starting point the correct way to flush out these ideas and see what people are interested in initially? That made a lot of sense. Now that they are where they are, it is important for people who are working on Claude Code to have the right mindset to make sure they don't make dumb mistakes that cause performance to go down. And this framing is one that I'm sure the whole team has internalized to prevent that. And to be clear, I'm not saying they're doing this because all of the people working on Claude Code suck. Some of the best engineers I know are working on Claude Code. One of them is a C++ engineer by trade. She is legendary. She's like part of the C++ steering committee and shit. And she's writing her first ever TypeScript project as Claude Code, which is wild. But like, those are the people they have on this team. These are really good engineers. I will shit on the way they run Claude Code all day. I will sit here and complain about it being closed source still nonstop. It would make all of this much easier to talk about. But I just want to make sure we understand the philosophy that led us here and that this isn't some crazy cringe tech decision. It's actually the reason a team of 50 people can work on something like Claude Code and not break each other's shit constantly. And you can see this most easily when you look at the alternatives people have made to try and fix these problems. This is a really cool package that David made called Claude Chill. The goal of Claude Chill was to prevent these synchronized output updates that cause Claude Code to be so slow. Because Claude Code sends entire screen redraws in sync blocks, sometimes thousands of lines. Your terminal receives a 5,000 line atomic update when only 20 lines are even being shown, which causes lag, flicker, or jitters in the terminal, which makes a poor user experience. Claude Chill lets you launch Claude in a way that doesn't do that. Claude Chill, Claude. And now I have a Claude instance running that doesn't have so now I have this Claude instance running that won't update in the same way. You'll notice it immediately went full screen and the scroll buffer is different now from how it was before. Intentional. If I do resume, open up this thing and try to scroll, the scroll is broken because it's not rendering all of the text. You have to Command 6 to trigger look back mode, and now the scrolling works. The thing I haven't tried yet, though, yeah, they definitely delayed a lot of the updates here, and you can see it is laggier and weirder when you do the resizing. Oh, God, that flicker. That was weird. That was very strange. This is still using the standard buffer. It's just trimming a lot of the updates to said standard buffer. Instead of rendering all of the content, it just takes the last however many rows and renders those instead. And it's doing it with a very interesting architecture where the standard terminal is interfacing with the Claude Shell proxy and then sending the inputs, outputs, the text bindings, And then it sends the inputs and outputs, the key control bindings, all of that to the Claude Code process and then pipes the results in with this additional filtering, preventing the updates from getting to the terminal. Yeah. If you thought terminal UIs were simple, to be frank, you were lied to. CLIs are hard. Getting CLIs to be good and performant is nigh impossible. These are difficult problems with difficult solutions. And honestly, the fact that something like Ink works well enough that you can vibe code a good enough CLI is truly just wild. It's so cool that these things exist and have been made to function as well as they do. It's so cool that the CLIs we use are good enough that nobody knows how fucking awful it is to build CLI interfaces. It's really hard to do these things right. It really is. And while there are plenty of demos of look at how fast I can write text to the terminal and it renders it fine, you'll notice none of those are open source because as soon as you try to resize the window, they fall apart. As soon as you try to select text, they fall apart. As soon as you try to copy something and paste it somewhere else, they fall apart. All of these edges that make these things hard to do aren't seen when you do those quick demos. And if you want my thoughts on how we solve this, we do it by throwing away these fucking CLIs entirely and just moving to a UI. I've been using Conductor a lot more lately. It's a UI for Claude Code and Cursor that lets you just do it in a real app that you can click between. You can command tab and switch between things. They even have hotkeys for switching which thread you're in. You can have multiple projects open at once. You can switch between things easily. This is where I've been doing my vibe coding recently. The CLIs all have been pissing me off. I have a feeling that a lot more people are going to be moving to these UIs as well. There's a reason people still love Cursor. There's a reason people love this. There's a reason that Open Code is building a web UI as well, and the Open Code desktop app. It's not there yet, but it's getting there. Yeah, the terminal's the wrong place for UIs. I love terminals. I love Tmux. I love Screen. I love all of these tools and all of the places that they have brought me. I love using my terminals to run Git and run dev commands. I am falling out of love with using my terminal to do things like Cursor, Claude Code, Codex, and all of those things. And I think we're going to overinvest, and I suspect we will continue overinvesting in terminal UIs well past where it makes sense to. And we are seeing the limits of what you can do in the terminal. Did I have other key points I want to touch on? Let me scroll through this quick. What do you have here? Interesting. What is this? I'm just curious. Let's play this. Is there audio? Does not appear there's audio. Nice. No, don't apologize for no audio. That makes my life easier, Bitplane. I'm assuming you're just going to nest a bunch of terminals. Oh, God. Is this a windower? Like, you made a full windowing UI in the CLI? Jesus Christ. It allows apps to run in apps in textual. Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking crazy. Yeah. You know what? I'll include this in the video. This is really cool. Bitplane just sent this crazy demo of textual rendering apps within apps. So like full terminals that are fully functioning inside of this in the terminal is just so cool. Like people push the limits of these things, and it's really cool to see what people can do in the terminal. But you need to understand, like, it's not a browser, it's not a window, it's not built for these things. We are fighting it whenever we do any of these things. Even something as simple seeming as the like bars surrounding the entry point inside of Claude Code, that is a non-trivial thing to do. And to handle when I press keys, that it's going in between there instead of just rendering at the end like it normally does. Like all of these little details are really hard to get right. And terminals are fighting you the entire time you do it. That doesn't mean we can't do incredible things with it. Like we can see here, this is so nuts. It's so cool. Even like drag and drop works. I'm not saying we can't do awesome things. I'm saying it is significantly harder in a terminal when everything is being appended. This is all done in the CLI. Holy shit. And some of these demos, what people are doing in terminals is just nuts. Like, what? Jesus Christ. Like, this is insane. But good luck writing this in a maintainable way. God, I could go deeper on this all day, but we need to cut eventually. Hopefully this helps give you a better appreciation of why these decisions are made these ways, why ink actually does make sense when you're trying to make a complex application with components that can be edited and reused and composed in ways that don't break. And in the end, the thing that the team is optimizing for is not how many milliseconds does it take to render an update. They're optimizing for how easy is it to make changes in this code base and how likely is a given change in one place to break things for other users, and how meaningfully can we improve experience for users while meeting this bar that we have, which in their case is 60 FPS. They make their mistakes. They have their problems. Claude Code is not the fastest solution in the world. But honestly, I found that they hit a pretty solid balance here. And I think Claude Code is still totally fine to use day to day. And it makes sense that the only people complaining about this aren't really using it. They're complaining because they want to complain. Do I notice the occasional lag when I use Claude Code? Yeah, but it's rare. And I suspect it is for most people. And if it wasn't, they would have fixed this long ago. So don't let all the outrage on Twitter get to you. Claude Code is going in a pretty good direction. They are making the right decisions in the right places for the most part. And while it is not the fastest thing in the world and React might not make sense in a technical sense for doing CLIs, there are good reasons they used it, and there's a reason that their team is moving so fast and that Claude Code is still so far ahead of every other AI coding CLI I have used. And it hurts me to say that because believe me, I wish I could just sit here and chill open code all day. That would be so fun. But I'm just trying to show you guys what I think based on what I use every day. And Claude Code team is, and also just, and I also want to defend the Claude Code team a bit because as much as I give them shit, it hurts me to see them get shit for things that I don't really think they should. That's all I have to say on this one. And until next time, keep rendering. Fun. God, yeah, it's been 5 hours and we got 2 videos done so far. Fuck. We got to move. It's 8 o'clock. What the fuck? How is it 8 p.m. already? Oh, God, I have so many things I have to respond to. That's annoying. Okay. I think I have to delay the Apple video just because we're limited on time. It's annoying. I still got some energy, so I think I can gun out the Sam Altman video at the very least. I should change shirts, but I don't care enough to, and I'm already like so far behind. Yeah, fuck it. I'll change shirts. Yeah, I just saw your DM, CJ. I will get back to you today for sure. Know that from what I know, do it. Anyways. I should be alive for another 30 minutes. Cool. Let me go change and then we'll do this. Don't worry, the Kimi k2 vid will probably be up tonight. Let's... Since all of these videos are going to be like back to back to back, I like them to not all be the exact same shirt. Yeah, so we'll shirt swap. We'll do the Sam Altman thing. If somebody can grab me the link for the Sam Altman panel thing that I was in, that'd be great. I was going to go find it, but if someone else can, that'd be huge. I'll be right back. Oh, and yeah, thank you for the raid coding, Latam. Just realized I might have forgotten to marker the end there. I really hope I didn't. Okay, I didn't. Cool. We're good. Oh, cool. Is this to my timestamp too? No, it's not quite. Cool. We'll go there next. Nice. I wanted to think of like the general direction I want to go in with this, but I actually don't know off the top of my head anymore. I had a like really strong path I wanted to go with here. Okay, I think I know how I want to do this one. Cool. Let's do it. So I'm thinking like the format for this intro is I do a very brief open and then you cut just to the question I asked, not my intro, but the question I asked after it. And then an interesting bit of Sam's reply. It could be the first few seconds. We'll watch it all together and decide what part to take. But for like the initial transition, I think this will work. Cool. One of the things I've been concerned about with all of these new AI tools is what it might do to the non-AI tools that we use every single day. There are all of these foundational building blocks, from frameworks to languages to just all of the libraries we use to hold it all together. And I'm scared that we'll never see those things improve if the AI only knows how to use them as they work today. It's a fear that I've brought up many times in the past, and I was really lucky just a few days ago to go to the OpenAI office for a live stream where they brought Sam Altman in to talk to us builders about what the future could look like. So obviously, as soon as I got the mic, I had to ask myself. And here's where we cut to that.
With new insights about products to build and stuff like that.
Howdy, I'm Theo, dev, YouTuber, YC founder, also really want the Paul Graham bot. I want to ask about something a little bit different, though, more on the technical side. I really love when technologies like the building blocks that we use evolve, and I've been there for some crazy revolutions in the web world, like moving to TypeScript and Tailwind and all of these things. One of the fears I have as the models and the tools we use to build with get better is that we might get stuck with the way we have things working now. Like the power grid in the US is built a certain way that makes things worse, and we can't really change it. Do you see this potential here? Are we making foundations out of the technologies as they exist right now that are going to be harder to swap in the future? Because even trying to get the current models to use the update to a technology that happened 2 years ago can feel like you're pulling teeth. Do you think?
Okay, I think I know the parts I want here. I want
in the US is built a certain way that makes things worse, and we can't really change it.
From the do you see or do you think is whatever I said here, that's the start point that I want.
Do you see this potential here? Are we making foundations out of the technologies as they exist right now that are going to be harder to swap in the future?
Cut me there from that, and I'll figure out what we want from the other part after.
Current models to use the update to a technology that happened 2 years ago can feel like you're pulling teeth. Do you think we'll be able to steer the models enough to get them to use new things, or are we just done improving the technologies we build on now?
I think we really will be very good at getting the models to use new things. Fundamentally, if we're using these models correctly, they're like a general purpose reasoning engine. The way we have things architected right now, they also have, a huge amount of world knowledge built into them. But I think we are moving in the right direction. And I hope that updates and using new things and learning new skills even faster than humans do is like a, next couple of years thing.
Cool. That's the part we want for his response for like the intro bit. It's where'd the start go? Because it was the next few years thing is where I want it to end roughly.
Updates and using new things and learning new skills even faster than humans do is like a, and I hope that.
I think I hope that is the start. I'm guessing. Let me make sure.
Updates and using new things and learning new skills even faster than humans do is like a, next couple of years thing.
Cool. I think that's a good enough, like, what to use for this intro bit. And we cut to me zoomed out here looking at it, and I drop my thoughts. Yeah. I have my concerns, but Sam's response honestly has me kind of hopeful and excited. I like that he's thinking about learning and new things and making sure that models can learn about new things just like any human can. Just like how you're about to learn about a new thing, which is today's sponsor. Perfect. I don't get all of the hate. I feel like he did a phenomenal job answering questions with a level of transparency that's very rare at this event, especially. Like, very few founders in his position would be as transparent about shit as he was. Like, he said crazy shit like, yeah, we screwed up. It's bad at writing now. We are going to fix it. Yeah, I really don't get the hate. Cool. Trying to think how I want to like do the transition out of the ad. Just like make sure it flows smoothly. So far, you guys have only, what we played earlier was a very small cut of what I asked and what Sam said, and I honestly think it's worth hearing the whole thing before we go too deep on this topic. So let's start with that.
Really want the Paul Graham bot. Hey, I'm Theo. Howdy, I'm Theo, dev, YouTuber, YC founder, also really want the Paul Graham bot. I want to ask about something a little bit different, though, more on the technical side. I really love when technologies like the building blocks that we use evolve, and I've been there for some crazy revolutions in the web world, like moving to TypeScript and Tailwind and all of these things. One of the fears I have as the models and the tools we use to build with get better is that we might get stuck with the way we have things working now. Like the power grid in the US is built a certain way that makes things worse, and we can't really change it. Do you see this potential here? Are we making foundations out of the technologies as they exist right now that are going to be harder to swap in the future? Because even trying to get the current models to use the update to a technology that happened 2 years ago can feel like you're pulling teeth. Do you think we'll be able to steer the models enough to get them to use new things, or are we just done improving the technologies we build on now?
I think we really will be very good at getting the models to use new things. Fundamentally, if we're using these models correctly, they're like a general purpose reasoning engine. The way we have things architected right now, they also have, a huge amount of world knowledge built into them. But I think we are moving in the right direction. And I hope that updates and using new things and learning new skills even faster than humans do is like a, next couple of years thing. A milestone that we will be very proud of is when the model can be presented with something totally new environment, new tools, new technology, whatever, and you can explain it once, or to explain it, the model can explore it once, and then just super reliably use that and get it right. And that doesn't feel very far away.
I thought this was a really good answer. I know people love to shit all over OpenAI and Sam, but I find him to be really, like, almost weirdly transparent, where it doesn't feel like there's a lot of layers between what's going on in his head and what's coming out of his mouth. Like, they're very well aligned. And it's clear that he both sees what I see right now, which is that when you give the model a new thing that isn't in any of the training data, it sucks at it. But if models in the future can improve in this will be a solved thing, and that he doesn't consider his work done until this is solved. This idea of the models learning and adapting to new information is just not a thing yet, but it is a thing that he is expecting to have happen sooner than later and is aiming for. But I want to go a lot deeper than this. I want to think a lot about what he said here, and also a lot of the other things he said throughout this. There's a section near the start that I want to touch on as well.
It seems like
Actually, I'll just ask Google, where is the part where he talks, or where Sam talks about models having access to his full computer? Thank you, Gemini, for being useful for one thing, which is finding a specific timestamp in a video.
Tons of problems everywhere you mentioned. One of the
security operating more.
The security question. This one was very fun. The question was like, should we be concerned about these models having access to more things and the security issues that can happen as a result?
Production systems, especially at scale. Like, where do you think, or what would you think is the most underestimated failure mode? Like security, cost, reliability, and related to that, where do you think the really hard work is being underinvested in right now?
I want to see who rated quick. Oh shit, Zayu, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that a ton. I'm going so late. All of the people who are in the dev world are signing off and showing up. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for stopping by. And RAG is absolutely not the solution to this. It's like bloating context does not solve this problem. The problem is, like, if you ask a model to do something in React and it has it in the training data, it does it well. If you ask it to use a framework that it doesn't have in the training data, it doesn't do it well. Yeah, we'll get to all that in a bit, don't worry. Actually, you know what? We'll come back to this. I'm going to change my order of events here. Sorry, FaZe, it's going to be an annoying edit. There's a lot of other things I want to talk about here. There's a lot of other things from this talk, there's a lot of other things from this town hall that I definitely want to get to. In particular, like Sam's own usage of these tools, I think is really interesting. But first, I want to deeply talk about this concept of how models learn and what they do and don't know. Because right now, it's one of the biggest problems with models as we use them today. Models can't learn shit. By the time we are using the model, it has lost its ability to learn. It can operate on the knowledge it has, but we've effectively frozen its capability. To try and think of this as a developer, it's the difference between a runtime and a compiler. A runtime means that we can add new functionality by putting new code into it. But a compiler, once the code is compiled, the capabilities of it are now cemented. If you're compiling something, it can only do what it was compiled to do. When you're given a runtime, you can pass whatever you want to it. Models are very much compilers right now, where all of the info goes in, all of the training techniques go in, and the result is a thing that has a lot of capabilities. It has a nearly infinite feeling amount of capabilities. but it also has problems because anything that wasn't included in that process to create the model is not going to be there. You can steer it in certain ways, and this is one of the things that makes LLM so miraculous, is when you give it a certain set of context, a certain set of tokens that are what it's operating against, you can steer it in certain ways that make it much closer to doing what you would want, even if it's not in the training data. So to just use the basic examples y'all know me for, let's think about React. The React framework has some unique benefits for LLMs. The way that components are encapsulated means that it can edit one without understanding the others and be good. The fact that the syntax is so similar to both JavaScript and HTML in the parts where it makes sense to mean that training data for both apply to React some amount. And the sheer volume of React code in the world, and the popularity of the standard, and how consistent the syntax has been for decades now, those things all add up to React being good for LLMs, and most LLMs having a lot of React knowledge effectively baked into them. That means that if I want to get a model to write React code, all of that information effectively already exists in the model. But let's say I made some new framework. Let's call it T-Act or T3Act, my special new framework. And it has its own syntax. Instead of doing things like this, it instead does this. So we have colons instead of brackets or something like that. You get the idea. I made up my own revolutionary new framework that has a weird new format. All of the data the model has is in a different format, and the way the model works is effectively autocomplete. When it sees this, just a standard div hello, let's just go look at a tokenizer. Remember, all these things in the end are effectively just autocomplete. So let's look at the tokenizer for the opening tag div and then the word hello. There are different places this could go. The model has to decide what does it think goes after this. It could decide world and then decide a close tag. The way the model evaluates all of this is it has these tokens. So it has the starting of the div, it has just the close bracket, it has the tab, and then it has one more empty space and hello. So this is the context the model has. This is the information that it is using to generate the next token. And it looks at all of the data it has. It has all of these, or the model effectively has a bunch of vectors pointing at different things that have their math change depending on what's in your context. So all of this information points it towards a few different paths. One could be that the next token is the word world, because it's very common for somebody to write hello world. It could be that the most common thing is to close the tag next. And that one would actually only start with those two tokens, because only the close bracket is a token, and then the rest is different. And it's actually an interesting thing that I have heard some fun research on. OpenAI's even published themselves. They put effort in to make sure that a close bracket token stays as one token, because if it didn't have the, because here if it didn't have the colon, or because here if it didn't have the bracket slash, it might incorrectly assume that the next thing is a P tag or a button tag. So you'll notice the tokenization in the grouping here includes the opening and what it is, and then breaks off the close bracket because it's so common that you don't actually close. Maybe you do an on-click equals something. And you start to see how it's breaking these things up is to steer the most likely next token in the right direction. Since the opening of the button tag is a full token, when it does that part, it can now do the calculation to decide what token makes sense next. That's why onClick has on as the next token, because you might want onClick, you might want onPress, you might want onNavigate, you might want something else. And the way the tokenization works, and the reason the library for this tokenization is like 20 megs of bullshit, is so that they can parameterize these things to give the model the most likely piece to point them at the most likely next piece consistently. That's also why they have all these different versions of tokenization. And you'll notice when I switch from GPT-5 to GPT-3, it is not doing anywhere near as good of a job of holding together these elements. Do you see the difference there? GPT-5 and new O-series models can keep the start of the element together. GPT-3 tears it to shreds. And the likelihood it gets the right next token is way lower when it doesn't have the right point to start from. I can nerd out about this shit forever. Like the way that parameterization works and the way that the tokenization works is... I've been too deep in this shit for trying to set it up properly in T3 chat. Now we have to think about new things, though, because part of why this works is all of the data it was trained on, and it knows from that data, from the embeddings, from the vectorization, from all of the crazy stuff that's happened, that from this point, there's only so many places it can go. It can be the next word of hello, then world. It could be a close tag, and since it sees the start of a close tag, it knows it has to close the most recent thing, so it can very easily calculate that closing the div is the next thing. This makes sense because of the data the model has, because of the way the tokens are being broken up, and because of the way that we've post-trained them and done RL on them to make the model more likely to respond how we want it to respond by having the vectors point in the directions that we want it to point at. But it can only do that if the data is right, if the tokenization is right, and if the knowledge that it's encoding is right. We're effectively trading a bunch of text for a bunch of math when we train a model. And we need to make sure the inputs and the outputs, the math and the calculations, and all of those parts are right. So what happens if they're different? What happens if I put a new syntax here where I do this instead? It parameterizes it entirely differently because all of these things are different, or because this syntax is fundamentally different from the syntax that it was optimized for. This also means that once the model receives it, it's going to have a harder time. Even just here, how the div is broken up differently here, that's a real challenge. That's going to make this a lot harder for the model to understand than this was. These differences are so common, and there's lots of layers to this. The way that these things are tokenized is just one small portion of it. There's also the data that they have. There's also the RL that they're doing. There's also the reward mechanisms that they have when they're training that optimize for syntax that exists already and is supported already. The model's been engineered to write correct code, but the model's been engineered to write code that is correct as we understand today. If correct code means something else later, then the way the model works at a fundamental level is not aligned with that future way of writing. I don't agree with Sam that that is going to change, but I do agree that the models are going to get better at working around these things. As the models get smarter, as things like mixture of experts, which is a concept that different sets of parameters in the model are triggered for different tasks, as the way we manage context and the way that context affects the weights gets more powerful. Like, just imagine again, like, think like the model. It is auto-completing based on what is most likely based on what data it had when it trained and what data it's given right now. Imagine at the start of this, we start with, here's a bunch of examples of my new framework and how it compares to React. React, div, hello world, div. T3 act, div, hello world, div. If you give the model enough of these, it's changing where things are pointing. Because right now, a colon means one thing and a bracket means another thing. But if you give the model enough context, it can start to build that length because every additional token is changing where things point in that crazy map of parameters. So by doing this, we have effectively given the model different weights in a very subtle way. We have told the model, or we have steered the model to be more likely to do colons than it was before, and to do colons close to each other, because normally the model doesn't think colons should go near each other. It certainly doesn't think that you should have an empty space then a colon. I would suspect that most of the models would get very confused with an empty space, then a colon, then an empty space, then something else, because the parameterization for that's going to be weird. See that? Space, then colon. It did that because just the colon with a space before it would probably be confusing. These are the things that you have to consider with all of this. It's weird. It's complex. You can influence it some amount with context, but it's going to take context to do it. And it means that the baked in intelligence, so to speak, is going down. If a model has a certain level of intelligence based on the weights that it has today, adding more context to point in a different way means that that intelligence is being overridden some amount. And the more that you steer the model, the less of the model that you're seeing. It also means you're now limited on how much context it has. You're also increasing the cost of every additional token. Like if you put 50,000 tokens of description in the context window before you actually ask for the task, you have made life much harder for the model because it has to recalculate way more to generate shit. And the previous effort that's been put in doesn't matter in the same way it did previously. Obviously, they're engineering these models to handle all of these things, but it's going to take time. And how do you find the right set of things to give the model to balance these weights out when it's doing the work on the fly is a tough problem. But it's also the whole point of these models is when it has a certain amount of text and it's told to generate more of it, that it is properly influenced both by the data it has through its training and by the context it has that it was given. The balance there is really hard to get right. And things are getting weirder every day now that the amount of context that comes from us versus comes from the model and its reasoning steps is fundamentally changing. Before things exist, or before the crazy world of reasoning models, I would argue that when a person was talking to a model, on average, there was probably a 50-50 split between tokens provided by the user and tokens provided by the model. Now that we're doing things in these crazy CLI coding tools, I might go as small and simple as fix it with a screenshot of the bug, and then the model goes and greps and finds things to add to context. The model reasons, which gets added to context. It builds its own context based on the characteristics of the code base. This can be steered a bit with things like skills and like agentsmd files, which I'm going to do a whole separate video on all of that stuff because there's a lot of interesting details there. Bye, Maria. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry that I missed that till now. Hopefully you heard me say bye. Yeah. Interesting research that Vercel just did, which again deserves its own video, probably coming in the near future. They expected skills to be a good solution for teaching coding agents framework-specific knowledge. Specifically, new things they added to Next 16 and the new React versions don't seem to be picked up as much as they would like with the models. Even just earlier today, I was using the new Kimi k2.5 model, and it got so confused with Tailwind v4 not having the config.js file that it eventually gave up and ported us all the way back to Tailwind 3 so it could understand better. Skills should be a way to get the model to understand a thing better. But what was really interesting is that they found that embedding the docs index directly into the agentmd file would make the model 100% accuracy. Or here's where things got really interesting. Since skills are effectively a pull standard where the model can see all of the skills available, choose which one to pull in, add it to context, and then operate, versus the agentsmd, which is always forced into context. This difference makes things very interesting. Specifically, the test harness they built got a 100% success rate when they used the docs embedded in the agentsmd, but the skills in their best case maxed out at a 79%, even when they explicitly instructed the model to use the skill. And without those instructions, the skills did not actually benefit at all. AI coding agents rely on training data that becomes outdated. Next 16 introduces these new APIs, and they aren't in the current model training data. When agents don't know about these APIs, they generate incorrect code or fall back to older patterns. The reverse can also be true. When you're running an older next version and the model suggests newer APIs that don't exist in your project yet. I ran into this when I was migrating a giant old code base. It was rough. And this actually perfectly highlights some of the problems with these strategies. They got it to use the skills by telling it with explicit instructions, use the skill, which bumped up the pass rate, but it resulted in very different behaviors. For example, when they told it that it must use the skill, it would read the docs from the skill first and then anchor on those doc patterns instead of reading the code base as well. Where if they told it to explore the project first, then invoke skills, it would build the mental model first, then it would use the docs for reference. The fact that these things matter is a bit absurd. I've built an intuition about this myself just for my day-to-day use, but it's crazy to see it evaled. But again, we need to go back to where we were with future tools. If we put something in the system prompt or the agentsmd that goes ahead of the understanding of the code base, that tells it about these new tools or solutions that aren't in the training data, you're making the model worse at doing what you ask it to. And this is the problem. You only have so much space available to you to instruct the model. There are all of the things that are baked in, all of the capabilities it comes with, and then you can append new ones on. It's almost like the game engine versus the thing that you're building in it. Like, you can build a lot of things into a game engine that the game engine didn't come with, but in the end, you can only hack so much stuff on top. And that's kind of what we're doing with the context management. And every bit of context we put in about a specific tool is also context that we are losing to an extent for what we actually want it to do. And this isn't just context rot. This goes fundamentally deeper than that, where the model has its behaviors and characteristics, and the more effort we put into influencing those externally, the more that we are losing in every other way. I like this framing a lot, Naman. An easier way to think of this is that specialization comes at the cost of generalization. Absolutely agree. And the general skills the model already has are very well established. And if you try to work around those, good luck. That doesn't mean these problems can't be solved. There are lots of different strategies that I've seen. One that's getting a lot of attention recently is beads, which is a way to add memory to your agents where it can store information and access it later. It's a get-backed graph issue tracker for AI agents. Meant to make it easier for models to keep track of what tasks need to be done, what information is necessary for it. Seems really cool. I personally haven't used it yet. Could be very awesome. Just wanted you guys to know about this as an example of how memory and issues can be shared and tracked across runs. Very interesting. The strategy I have taken to that has its own costs for sure, and I am not saying this I recommend it. I'm saying this because it's just an example of how I'm thinking about these things. Did I do this in the FS2? Let me see if I did. I did not. Okay, cool. Let me switch to... Let me grab a repo quick. Something I've been trying is helping the model figure out, or something I've been trying is keeping track of what the model stumbles on. Your agentsmd shouldn't be your agentsmd file shouldn't just be a description of the app and how working in it works, because the model can figure out most of that. And if you're bloating context with things the model already knows, you're wasting context and you're steering it in ways you don't necessarily want to. The interesting thing I added in here goes a very different way. Let me find it. Oh, it might have been deleted because of another thing I did. And look at the history of this file. Wait, is that It's not even the main branch. What the fuck? I hate GitHub. I'll deal with that later. Fuck, I was so sure it was in this one. What else could I have been working on that would have done that? Let me think. I know, I think it was actually the FS2 thing. Let me triple check. I'm almost positive it was. Yeah, it was. Cool. Cool. Here was the thing I tried. It's had its benefits and negatives. I did end up ripping it out, but I'm going to try steering it more in the future. This is in my agents MD, which is the file that's always populated as context when running things here. A note to the agent. We are building this together. When you learn something non-obvious, add it here so future changes go faster. This is the wrong copy to put here, but this concept seems to work really well, where the model will do a lot of work to figure out things and figure out what it doesn't get or what's going wrong. If it has to do 15 tool calls to find a piece of information and the information isn't what it expects, the next time you have a new thread, it's going to have to do the same exact things. But if you help the model figure those things out when it gets it wrong and it tries to compile and it fails and it goes and figures it out, if you can get the model to tell you when it struggled with those things, or you can even notify it, or you can even notice it doing that yourself, you can add that to the agent MD and significantly improve the speed at which the model can make meaningful changes to your code. The idea, it was a weird thing, and I would say half or more of the times I saw it change this file, the changes were bullshit. But the half of the time it didn't, where it actually made some sense. It was really cool to see what the model thought was hard or thought was confusing and use that to steer it better in the future. It's like a type of memory, but memory is a weird thing because if you just give the model a ton of context, that doesn't actually help. I talk about this a bunch in my simple mistakes you will make with LLMs video. More context doesn't solve this problem. Context is always a trade-off. If you give the model more tokens, you steer it more, but you're steering it based on what you wrote instead of what it knows. If you can find a minimal set of things to do light adjustments to where it's going, you're much more likely to succeed. I think this is enough for a video, actually. I have one more point, actually. So, Phase, I had said before that I wanted to include other things from this. I've changed my mind on that. Cut from there, like, straight to me in Excalibur, because I don't think I'm going to fit any of that in here. Oh, yeah. The memvid thing's a meme. So when Sam talks about when Sam talks about the model learning, no one knows quite what that means yet. But it's my assumption that it's effectively a solution to this. Instead of you having to tell the model what knowledge to pull in, you can either always give it the knowledge and it will know when to apply or not apply it, which would be great, or it can better, or it gets better at its own context management, and the tools we use get better at keeping track of what things are and aren't confusing, that it feels like the model's learning as we use it. I could see things getting really good in this direction. I would expect a lot of improvement here, but it might not. It might just turn out that the models get dumber when you give them more things. We saw this with a lot of things like MCP, RAG, and all of these tools. Very strategically and specifically, they can help in certain isolated ways, but if you just give a model 15 MCPs and unlimited context, it gets dumber, not smarter. That's a consistent thing. But if the tooling can figure out how to work around that, we're in a good spot. So if what Sam is thinking is effectively automating this to always steer the model the right way, both via tooling outside of it, as well as capability inside the model directly, that makes a lot of sense. But what happens if it fails? What happens if this turns out to just not be good enough and we are stuck on the tools as we have them right now? What would it mean if we can't get models to be much better at using these new features in Next? What would it mean if the training data never includes use cache connection forbidden, or if you have some new framework that doesn't quite map to the existing patterns people use, so the models cannot adapt to it well? Like, how do we deal with this? I would argue we already are. I want to talk about some projects that are happening right now that get me really excited. Here's a few. React Compiler. TypeScript Go. UV. OXLint. Roll down. Bun. Do you know what's interesting about almost all of these projects? It's their goal to not require you to learn new APIs and standards. React Compiler lets you take an existing React app, run the compiler, and the results are way more performant. TypeScript Go is a rewrite of the TypeScript compiler in Go so that you can type check way faster. You can already strip out the types and generate JavaScript via native code very quickly, but TS Go will make sure your TypeScript is correct as well. That's huge. UV is a drop-in replacement for pip that makes managing your Python environments comically easier and faster. OXLint is a drop-in replacement for ESLint that is still working on their ecosystem for all the plugins, but is advancing really fast alongside OX format, which is a native rewrite of Prettier. Then there's Rolldown, which is a Rust-based rewrite of Rollup with the exact same API, so that it can be a drop-in replacement not just for people using Rollup directly, but also people using Vite. And then Bun, which is meant to be a one-to-one, fully compatible Node.js alternative with all of Node's APIs that was way faster. What's interesting with all of these tools is that they require minimal to no code changes to use them, and you don't have to learn a new API in the majority of the time either. React Compiler just takes your React and makes it faster. TS Go just takes your compile times and makes them faster. UV makes your Python experience much less painful overall while still using the same commands, same formatting, same everything. OXLint and OX format are just formatters. You run the same lint command, things work the same way. Rolldown, you can drop in and replace with rollup. Bun, you can take and run your whole Node app faster. These are the technologies that are the coolest right now, in my opinion, and are also the most likely to be adopted and successful because none of them require you to learn anything. That is exciting as hell to me. At the same time, I want things that evolve the way that we build. As y'all very well know at this point, I love stuff like Convex. I love stuff like TRPC. I love the Tailwind V4 overhaul and how it fixed so many problems I had with Tailwind. I love when people are willing to challenge the norms of how we build to make better ways for us to build. Even something like Effect. I have my love-hate with it, but there's a lot of cool things going on there, and I want to use it more. But the problem is, all of these things require meaningful changes to how you think about and reason about your code. These things can all be dropped into your existing code bases and nothing has to change. These things all require meaningful changes to your code base for them to work. And there's a reason why most of these have been hard for models to use. It's getting better. Like Effect is now at a reasonable point. Convex has gotten way better with models overall. TRPC, it varies, especially when you have an old version of TRPC in a code base. It cannot figure that out at all. And Tailwind V4 has been hellish. Most models will just revert to V3. This has gotten so bad that the recommendation for people like the effect devs is to just give the model access to the entire effect code base and let it grep through and find what it's looking for. Ben, my channel manager and fellow YouTuber, Ben Davis, you haven't seen him. Sure, FaZe will show you his info on the screen. He built a tool for this called BTCA, Better Context, that lets you spin up it spins up a virtualized box with Daytona in the cloud that clones the repo and runs an agent with open code to find things in the code base to figure out what it doesn't know. This is how Ben is able to use Svelte and Effect in all of his stuff that he's vibe coding, because the models suck at Svelte and Effect, but if it can clone the full repo for those projects and hunt through them to find things, it can work. On one hand, this is so cool. It's genuinely awesome that he found a way to take advantage of the fact that these models... On one hand, this is super cool. He found a way to make the models behave with these tools that isn't just and it isn't just bloating context. It's a tool that the models can use to go get information that they don't have. As Shivam is saying in chat, it's insanely underrated and really good. That's awesome to hear. And Aiden Bai is also working on a similar thing. Not a surprise. We accidentally step on each other's toes all the time. Aiden's a good friend. All of that said, I don't find myself needing this ever, because I'm using tools the model, for the most part, already understands. And the fact that he needs this means if we both queue up some work to be done, and he's doing it in Svelte and I'm doing it in React, he has to wait for the model to trigger another model in the cloud to go audit a code base that it doesn't understand or know anything about, to bring back the right instructions and right bits of context to steer the model the right way. The model's already steered for me. I don't have to do any of that. And that's the difference. I don't know if the models will get good enough at learning that it is worth investing in things like this on the bottom here, things that change how you write code, when right now you get much more reward for these things. By making the code we already write faster, developers don't have to learn anything new. We don't have to rewrite the code that we're writing. We don't have to change the way that we write things. It just kind of happens. And the tools we get are improving, and the tools we have improve, but the syntax doesn't necessarily. There are lots of places where this happens in the world already. Look at cars. Cars all have to fit the specific format and shape that fits on the roads. You can do all sorts of crazy things on top of it, but in the end, it has to fit that format. You can, hypothetically, in the right controlled environments, rethink how a car works. Like a car at a racetrack is going to be very different and have different requirements than a car on the streets. But 99% of cars are meant for riding on the streets. 99% of cars are using the same base shape for the bottom of the car. Everything else we do on top is like cool, fun, and nice. But we can't really change the base as much. I don't know if that will change. I could be wrong. It could get to the point where these models can learn and adjust so effectively that none of this matters. But I don't know if it will. And it's a concern I have. That's why I did my video forever ago called React is the Last Framework, because I was so concerned these things wouldn't improve or get better. And while I am excited to see all of the investment in alternative tools that match the shapes of the tools we use today, I'm just as excited about things that change how we build entirely. And there are so many things wrong with how we build today, so many fundamental pieces that just fucking suck, that I'm scared will never change now. And that's what I fear. That's why I asked the question I asked Sam. That's why his answer excited me, but I'm still not confident that React isn't the last framework. I hope my concerns here get alleviated soon. I hope that we see crazy new solutions to make models learn, so that it doesn't feel like you're wiping the model's memory every time you make a new thread. But maybe, just maybe, we are stuck here. Hard to know for sure, but I'm curious how y'all feel. Am I too concerned? Am I just a framework nerd that loves all sorts of new things and that's why I'm scared? Am I going to be out of things to talk about if I don't have new frameworks every few weeks? Or is this not a real concern? Or is this a thing that's just going to get solved? I can't honestly tell you. I'm sharing this because I don't know. This isn't my usual video where I'm here to confidently tell you exactly how things work. I'm here to tell you I don't know where this is going. Everything's changing so fast, and I'm scared we might lose some of my favorite changes in the process. How do y'all feel? Let me know in the comments, and until next time, peace nerds. I think this will be a fun one. LOL. I missed a lot of things in here. I saw you getting nerd sniped earlier, Naman. I almost did this. I have to start planning for ad breaks halfway through videos for the second spot, but I'm not doing that yet. Okay. Let's flush the skill after the task. So the problem with strategically removing context is that you break caching. You hope native code wins in the end too. I don't know why I didn't VIP you before, Naman. That'll make finding you in the chat a lot easier. Well, you saw today, go back in history after collecting information. Yeah, caching works on the model provider level, but that would break it as well. Yeah. So the way context breaking works is like, I have blocks. We'll say this is the system prompt. We then have the agent MD. We have, and I'll color these differently. We have the user message. And we have model response or model starts response. And let's say in this response, it pulls out like a skill. So we'll say skill 1, it decides it wants. It decides it wants skill 2. Then it does some grep call and gets the file context for this file. So the best solution is, and then it writes some code. And now all of this is the context. So if you send another user message here, all of the tokens up till then are hitting cache. So like this whole pipeline is cached. This isn't. But now imagine you decide that you want to dynamically recreate the context. Let's say you want to kill this skill here. You want to get rid of this skill because it's steering it the wrong way. Now, assuming you cached properly, like assuming that you actually took the time to set cache points at each skill, at each call, then you could at least restore from cache here. But chances are you're putting the cache line at the end of the chain before the next user message, which means that you're not just killing everything before that first skill, or which means you're not just killing everything after that first skill. You're just killing the entire history and creating a new one from scratch. So now all of this is hitting uncached. If you click like a fork button, which is a good question from Krish, you have to tell the provider to cache. So you tell the provider, hey, I want to cache from here to here. So when you click fork, you could say, hey, cache everything before this point, and it will do that. Cache writes cost money, though, so you have to be careful about where you cache and when you cache. None of this is easy. All of these things are hard. So also to like go to the subagent thing, chances are when you make the subagent, what you're doing is you're putting something else like after the agent MD, or maybe you're even adjusting the system prompt. You probably have like some form of subagent instructions. And it's going to go really high up. That means whole cache is killed. You're on a new cache now. And I can say with confidence, I know people who are building crazy subagent shit. Even though less tokens get generated in red, the costs end up going exponentially because they're hitting 0 cache reads, and they end up exhausting their limits on things like Claude Code and Codex because they're hitting 0 cache reads. Their usage is way higher as a result, even though the amount of code coming out is way lower. Okay, I don't understand these things in the weeds as well as actual researchers do. So I map my understanding of this to existing things. I think a lot about how video works, where effectively we're going to start with keyframes for the assumption here, because like the way keyframes work, I think maps decently well to this. When you have a video that's 60 frames per second, you're not getting a frame every second. You're getting a full frame every few seconds, and every additional frame isn't a full image. It is data on what's changed since then. You can almost think of each image, each real frame, an iframe, as a cached entity. It is the cache of exactly what's going on in that frame. Seconds or milliseconds? Seconds. Most video only has full pictures, full frames every few seconds, sometimes every few minutes. You can make a 5-second video that is more compressed than a PNG of one frame of it relatively quickly. I have a whole video about video compression, how crazy it is. One of my favorite videos I've ever done. It's ancient, but it's really good. Prime has an old video about this. You fucker. I have a better video about video rendering than he does. I promise you. So yeah, video compression is wild. It is rare that you're, like, if you pause at any point in a video, there's a 99.9% chance you're pausing on a fake frame. That's how video works. Most frames are not real. It is diffs. So you get the first frame and you get a minimal instruction on what to change from the last frame. And then that happens over and over and over again. This is great for a lot of things because when you hit play, it just keeps adding to the frame until it needs to swap to a different one. But what happens when you want to go back a frame? What happens if you want to skip to a specific frame? That shit sucks. A lot of tools like Final Cut, what they'll do to make video editing better is they will re-encode your video as actual individual frames for every frame so that you can skim and cut and do those things much more effectively. Because what happens if you have a 3-second clip that only has one keyframe at the start and you cut it at 1.5 seconds? You have to generate up to that point and then create a frame there, effectively caching it at that point. This is kind of how context works for LLMs. By default, you have the starting point, which usually is nothing, and you keep adding text on top. When you set a cache point, you're effectively creating a keyframe at that point, which says, here is exactly where things are right here. You do not have to calculate anything. You are starting here. When you're given a PNG, you can just render those pixels. But when you're given a timestamp in a video for a specific frame, you have to go back to the most recent keyframe and then calculate every single change up until the actual point where the video, like, that you want to be on. That's kind of how the caching here works. If you don't have a cache read when you're doing this, it has to recalculate the vector changes, the model and how it adjusts its parameterization for every single token in its history. When you take a cache, you're effectively screenshotting the exact
pointers that exist in the model, exactly where things are pointing. You're almost like taking the exact state of memory, the like hibernation state, and snapshotting it so that you can start exactly from there and everything's already pointed correctly. Does that make sense? If so, I have a really good video to do in the future. Isn't that compute intensive? No, absolutely not. It's the opposite. It's memory intensive. Doing everything frame by frame is. This is a fun thing you don't understand. Smaller videos, like if you have a video, if you have two videos that are the exact same quality, like the video quality is exactly the same. One is 100 megs and one is 10 megs. The 100 meg one is easier to play than the 10 meg one. You'd think smaller file, easier. No. Because the actual throughput to display it on your screen, like HDMI is 40 gigabit per second. Actually showing it on the screen is way higher data rates. So going from 10 megs of data to 40 gigs per second requires way more compute than 100 megs to 40 gigs. Less data, less information and memory means more compute instead. Oh boy, Shavam. However, this is helpful. Yeah, there's definitely a video for me to talk about all of this in the future. Ooh, ngrok has prompt caching post. This could be a great video. Also, of course, Sam wrote this. Fucking legend. Yeah, I'll be a video in the future for sure. It is past 9 p.m. It is past 9 p.m. I really should go. I want to respond to this thing Naman just said. Only for Apple crash out. We'll get there. Don't worry. I'm still running Liquid Glass on the other laptop, which is going to increase my energy and my disdain towards Apple. I also don't think models are going to be better at Solid than React for a lot of reasons. I have way too much inside info from some big companies that were using Solid. Solid's patterns get really hard to grok when you're trying to trace state across things that are far away. React is much easier to do the same with. Let's figure out who we're rating. Sorry that I didn't get to the other videos people were excited about. It's just too much content, too little time. I started too late. We have to raid Shindigs, right? Like that's the only option. He's only 42 minutes in. Perfect. Shindigs raid time. Have fun with him. I'll be live at some point in the next few days so that we don't fall behind on videos. So keep an eye out for that. I'll let people know on Twitter when I do know. I don't know when it will be yet. Yo, Waba with a 50 bomb as we are wrapping up. Fucking legend. Thank you for the support, man. Always the craziest support from you. Thank you to Slip for the cheer. Thank you, Avora's Noob, for the tier 1. TH Angel 35 for the 3 months. M6WTF, Pigeon P, Latent OV. I think I got all you guys. Thank you all. And sorry, YouTube chat, for being extra neglectful today. I blame this stupid thing not letting me click where I want to click. Thank you, designer Tom. Oh shit, legend. Thank you for the support over there. And sorry again, YouTube chat, not having you guys up as much. I should work on that. Thank you all again. I can't make this all go away so I can see the raid info. Cool. Why won't it let me hit raid now? Is it because there's a hype train going? Fucking Twitch. This site is so broken. I actually don't know if this is going to work or not. Not your fault, Wabo. Don't worry. This is entirely Twitch. I will take a look at this and we will raid. Don't tell me it's gone now. I can't do it again. Don't. Fuck you, Twitch. Seriously. What the fuck, Twitch? Okay, it worked. Sorry. Bye, YouTube.
Oh.